Hello, hello. Sorry for starting a bit late. I'm doing a lot of things at the same damn time. Because if you remember back in... I think we were still playing Date Everything. I damaged my phone with literal clip-on fake nails. And I thought it was time to finally send it back to repair. And I packed it up nicely and the delivery driver did not come to pack it up, so I am pissed. So my beautiful phone is now locked away from me and I cannot access my gacha game, so I've been trying to do everything on BlueStack. But if you know BlueStack, the moment you use the scroll on your mouse, the whole app crashes. At least for me. So I'm a bit mad and I'm trying to update stuff while I'm doing the stream. Hopefully it's not going to literally crash the stream. I feel like it shouldn't. However, the Love and Deep Space update is a bit tanky, so we shall see. But hey, hello everyone and welcome. We are going to be continuing up the devil. I don't know. I'm just really curious to see more I don't know, vocal stems, you know, coming into the game. Because, like, we have witnessed a few, okay? Like, we saw the lion, we saw the Who is this sassy lost child. I don't think there was more than that. Oh, no, we had Morgan say, and yeah, which was kind of silly and cute. Oh, gosh.
Because I can. And I didn't really had a chance again to give you money XD.
Thank you so... Oh my god, the music cut off. Thank you so much for 10 euros. Holy Christ. Everybody say hi to Zomar. Everybody should say hi to him. Zomar, you are entitled for one hi from everyone who enters the stream. Whoever enters the stream after you must say hi to you, okay? Everyone. So that lurker, say hi to Zomar. If you don't, you will go bald on the 28th of June, 2029. Remember that. Alright, I am going to start things. I think we should be safe to do these. I'm not going to open the game. I'm just literally updating stuff right now. I'm going to do that when I'm done. Does Omar remember that? Hashtag. Oh no, it's gonna play again. Wait a sec.
Because I can. And I didn't really have a chance again to give you money XD.
But now he played the music right, so at least we earned something out of that. Alright, let's continue. So, we were just meeting Reyes when I ended the stream last year, so let's see. Oh god, I have to find my save. Wait a minute. This one. Strapped to the back with a sword, skewered like a piece of goddamn meat. If you guys remember, we met Sosuke last year and he revealed that though he does not know whether he killed the cop or not, he remembers holding his sword and that the cop was apparently stabbed in the back with a sword. It's been last year, okay, not a year, but sure. And you got the balls to ask us to carry him to a hospital? I don't think that's quite how I phrased the request. I've been paying close attention. Would you like me to play back what you said? Not right now, Sparky. Oh, she has a nickname! My beloved. Yeah, yes, she's just doing her job. It's not like she's asking... Oh, save the lecture, grey hair! Oh, London! Made a fit. 186 centimeters, 78 kilograms. Jesus Christ. You're skinny, dude. B+. Wait, I think I'm also B+. I think we have the same blood type. I know I'm B. Oh my god, you're right. There is a dyslexia font. Wait. Oh, fudge. Give me a second. Did it work? No. Wait, no, the display controls, I'm stupid. no, I put the dyslexic one. All right, let's see how good it is, because I've been terrible, and I saw that they had the dyslexic font, so yeah, please like this stream because that helps a lot. Oh yeah, but I'm going to be sad because I like the font they're using, but I'd rather read correctly for once. All right, let me finish this. So only the main chat is going to be different. This looks to be the same one as before. All right, homicide detective, first class, likes duct tape, mascara, and oak. Is he freaky? London, can we have like a chat? Why in this order specifically? Now I have ideas. Dislikes parking lots, ties, honeydew. The best at finding new restaurants. Commendations, none displayed at his workstation. Wardrobe more expensive than it looks. He has to have a sugar daddy. Someone specifically on the other side of the law, you know, like some heated rivalry enemies to lovers shit. All right, close phone, Jesus. Gray? Come on, my hair isn't. they all just be like, you old man. It's graying, maybe. In case I haven't made it clear, I've never liked you, Morgan. Ah, you're breaking my heart. I hadn't noticed. Wait, what? Backlog. Oh, it's the same one. But I never took you for a mob lawyer. Whatever my client's association may be, he's a cop killer! Oh my god, this is where their heated rivalry will start. I'm gonna say heated rivalry rod, but I kid you not, I never seen the show, okay? I still have not seen the show. I saw like 2 GIFs that were very spicy, and that's about it. I don't know, one day I will watch it. I'm currently very busy trying to get my hand on the Monster Hunter movie from 2020 because I need to see that. So far I have not managed. Innocent until proven guilty isn't a phrase I coined myself, detective. Coin myself, Jesus. I cannot read. I still cannot read. Let's go. Okay, October 19th. Today is 162, 63. Oh my god, we have the same. We're about the same. I think we're in the same weight class, so I think in a fight, me and Reyes could actually go toe to toe. Take away her gun. I might have a chance to just be really annoying and die in like the first 5 minutes, like KO'd. But at least I have a chance. I will rage bait this woman. Blood type A negative, occupation homicide detective 3rd class, like sneakers, volcanoes, the Paralympics. Oh, that's actually sweet. Dislike scalpers, hoarders, and knees. Favorite TV, civil engineering documentaries, shampoo, don't know, conditioners more important. Slay, mama, slay. Undefeated at volleyball. Okay, high Q fanatic. It's actually somewhat important. Oh, don't worry about that. The proving won't take us long at all. Do you always take pride in rushing your investigations? We've all seen the same intake file by now, yes? Let's see. Oh, that's the baby! Cupcakkeah was apprehended at the scene of the crime and placed in a medical transport. Injuries noted at the time. Blood from various sources across the anterior front of the body. Numerous bones in left hand broken as if from impact a hard surface. Are they gonna bring back the whole left hand right hand thing? I don't think so, but as slight laceration found on left hand. Slight. Oh, that's not as slight, that's slight. Dude, okay, I'm gonna have issues with the space bars now. Give me a second. Internal bleeding through the torso and skull, bruising and rope burns on both wrists as if bound. Numerous bruises on the anterior front side of the body. Oh, okay, so he's mostly damaged in the front. Others blood across the top of feet and pant legs. Largest wound found on the crown of the skull, back of the head, near the top. So they like hit him on the head. At the time of booking, numerous additional injuries were noted, including bruise to the left eye, busted lip, broken nose, boxed left ear. What does boxed left? What does it mean for your blunt trauma to anterior front right side of head? Wait. So he had one in the back of the head near the top, I'm guessing like center, and then also had one right, front right? It should be here. I mean, wait, now I'm curious. What the fuck does boxed ear mean? Boxed ear meaning... Slap someone on the side of the head, especially... Oh, okay, so they like literally slammed him in the ear. Got it. When or where these additional injuries were sustained, it is not noted. Wait, actually not. Articles, evidence. Oh, you can see his file is actually colored. My client was in a bad shape when he was arrested, but his wounds were treated in a medical transport. Yet somehow, in between arriving at the station and his booking, all his wounds were reopened, and some of them had multiplied. Tell me if you can, great detective, how will we ever solve the mystery of the reappearing fractured skull? Your client was being moved between floors. He struggled, trying to escape. And then he fell down the stairs. Really? Was there a lawnmower waiting at the bottom? Look, we're all adults here. Eh? So, let's just say it. Your coworkers kicked the shit out of him. Oh, this is, you know what? This is why, you know, like I understand that he is proven until guilty, but like they maybe have just beaten him up and he actually didn't even hurt the cop, which is probably true. Well, what do you want me to do about it? I want you to uphold the law. For some reason, I thought you cared about that. A police badge isn't a time machine. By the time we took custody, he was already... She's right, Tiger. What's done is done. You know you got a snowball chance in hell of proving your client was assaulted while in a police custody. And you'll never get charges brought against the officer who did it. So try asking for something doable. Don't go giving away all my best tricks. The door in the face tactic is already fragile. I want him to see a doctor. You gotta be shitting me. That's a blooded KW? What's a KW? Oh my god, these motherfuckers use a lot of words that I've never heard in my entire life. I'm pretty sure I'm not looking for kilowatt. What does kiwi mean in text from a guy? No? Okay, I don't know what that means. In 3... That's a blooded KW in there with military grade mods. He's not leaving this building. But we could have a doctor brought here. And give him the chance to take a hostage. He's not the 99 man, Reyes. He can't break his cuffs. Don't say 99 man, you don't know what it means, you're too old. The 99 man or 99 man refers to a theoretical state of being in which a human has replaced as much of their body with cybernetic equivalents as possible, thereby becoming someone who is 99% machine and yet technically still human. Oh, it's like that guy who killed Rebecca in Edge Runner. Spoilers for Edge Runner, by the way. The term first appeared in the speculative fiction short story Carved Out of Marble by M.P. Smith. Yeah, anyway, a lot of reading, but we get the gist. How about a medic who can't be taken hostage? A medical ad? Sure, great. Let's see if I can negotiate his premium lower while we're at it. Is there a refusal, Detective Reyes? I didn't say no, did I? Great! He also needs a protective detail. Lady, I swear to... Counselor, protective details are comprised of off-duty cops. I don't think that'll have the outcome you're looking for. No. But if my client is left unattended one more night, he's likely to be declared unfit to stand trial when he shows up to the court with his head caved in. An outcome I generally believe you're not looking for either. We could keep him here. What, in the interrogation room? Counseling quarter. Table can be moved, but if you slide the chair out of the way, the floor is not actually that hard. How do you even know that? Oh, he is freaky. There's a reason the mascara is next to the duct tape. I just know it. Given what other lodgings he's had in the last 24 hours, I don't think your client will mind. So if Detective Reyes and Detective London take shifts keeping watch, now we're keeping watch. It is the Homicide Department's counseling quarter. You think I give a shit what happens to that son of a bitch? You think I wouldn't walk in there myself and... You wouldn't. What? It's not in your nature. What the hell is that supposed to mean? You either have it or you don't. Trust me, if I had the chance to take a swing at that son of a bitch... Yeah, you already called him that. A piece of shit, a bastard, a killer. But unlike every other cop I've walked past to get in here, you've yet to call Sosuke an animal. So what? What the hell does that matter? Is that only thing that matters? Oh my god! Reyes is actually a softie. Okay, that's what it means. I've got to get the outsider's perspective, so I know. I've got the outsider's perspective. Your average human can do anything to anyone, so long as they're not a person. Whoa, this kinda hits hard given how America is right now, just saying. You cannot open TikTok without seeing Minneapolis at the moment. Rest in peace to the person and condolences to the family, by the way. They will probably never see this, but I want them to know. Fuck eyes. Whatever, think what you want, creep. Well, so long as that's your only request, we should be able to... I need to get into the crime scene as soon as possible. Yeah, fidget toppies! They're my favorite little guys. You've gotta be... What, like tonight? She's not rushing more than anyone else, Sunshine. Everyone's up the line has been raring to go on this, now that Sosuke's actually got a lawyer. Well, maybe if that son of a bitch hadn't clammed up all day, we wouldn't. She said it again. Whatever, pick then, counselor. You can bully us into guard duty or escort duty, but we can't do both. I need both. You'll have to split up. But I can help with that. Or rather, Serra can. I can? Of course you can. You can go treat Sosuke. Adonai, I'm not trading. Oh, I love this bit. She's pretending she doesn't remember being registered as my medical ad. Yes, I would never forget that unforgettable experience. But I've never done first aid before. Well, watch a tutorial first. Use lots of sanitizer. Bruh. They literally told her to ask ChatGPT. Sarah be like, ChatGPT? You mean my brain? Just hand her some bandages and she'll get Sosuke looking good as new in no time. Girl. Then you can plop her in front of the door and even 20 crooked cops working together couldn't get her to budge. That much is certainly accurate. I have a strong core, so if I focus and lower my center of gravity... Thanks for the sales pitch, but it doesn't mean shit. The crime scene is on the lower wards. If you think, after what happened last night, that any cop with a pulse would go down there without their partner. It's okay, Sunshine. I'll take her down there. Hey, we going on a date with London. Is everyone else in here huffing Nirvana? London. It's in Bluebird territory. Bluebird territory outskirts, really. They lost a whole pod. They'll be swarming the place. You can't go down there without a backup. Backup, huh? You know Mac from Contraband? Skinny guy? Kind of a perv? Yeah, he's skinny. Look, he's got a crime scene analysis sweep going over that place with a fine comb right about now. Drones, probes, the works. They'll have eyes on us before we get within 5 minutes of the place. Whatever. Just keep in contact for once. Aww, they actually care about each other. I hope you're being generously compensated, Eve. Selling your soul to the mob. Oh, right! Because she knows that her real name is Evangeline, so she calls her Eve. Stop! Pause. I have a serious question to the class now. Oh my god, there are fanfiction! Oh my god, there are but no, I did not like that. The first one is literally Serra and Morgan. I did not like that. But after that, Serra and Morgan and Emma, Morgan and Serra again, Morgan and Emma, Morgan and London. What? Are we all missing the context here? Where is Reyes? Morgan and Emma. Morgan and Reyes. Oh my god, I found one. When a drunk Farah comes to Morgan's doorstep, her frustration begins to boil over. Oh my god, I have to read this, but it's episode 2 spoiler, so I have to finish the episode to read it. Oh my god, I'm so happy that there's fanfiction! Sorry. Please don't write Serra and Morgan fanfiction, that's all I ask. They're literally a family, okay? They're fun family, I don't like that. Please don't. But like, if I have any power, just please don't. Thank you. It'd be a shame if you didn't at least get a good price. Hey, you coming, Blinkers? Gotta find where they store all the medkits in this dusty old piece of... Go on. I'll be right behind you, detective. Sorry about that. She's still new to all this, really. Not old like me. She does seem to be on edge, more so than usual. It's her first time losing a fellow officer. I think she's taking it pretty hard. Maybe even personally. Did they know each other? Ah, right. You gather up all your things. I'll go bring us up a ride. Great! Thanks for all the help, detective. You're a lifesaver. Ooh, they probably knew each other. That's sad. Thought this is one occasion where I wouldn't have had any trouble finding the place. Alright, let me save. I just know that Serra is right now watching a tutorial. She's like, oh, I'm gonna cramp up, I'm gonna cramp up. Really didn't take you that long to patch him up, huh? Now we just wait here all night. Ugh. That clock runs pretty slow. If you're not doing anything else, detective, might you be interested in answering some questions? Oh my god, I wanna see! Oh my god, they're not gonna show me what they talk about! They're gonna probably show it only during the trial. Oh, I'm so mad! August 14, 2086. Once more into the depths. When I went down to the lower wards last night, I knew what I wanted to find, but I wasn't sure where to look. Now I know where to look, but I have multiple priorities to consider. It'd be nice if I can prove Sosuke's innocence. It won't be easy given that they think he killed a cop. But it'd keep me on the Ikaria's good side. That'd be nice. But what is essential is that I figure out what the hell happened after I left. And whatever everyone's found, any trace that I was ever there. Everything else is secondary. Sorry, guess I should have asked before I decided we'd be sharing a cab. I don't mind. But I am surprised. Did budget cuts take away your shiny patrol car? Patrol cars are shared, counselor. Any cop can step into any other cop's car, sing their credentials, and drive. Convenient! Shame you can't personalize. Yeah, no more dice in the mirror. Is that why we're in the cab then? Personal taste? Police cars are full of bugs. thought you might appreciate the privacy. Okay, hold. London, I have so many questions for you, and I know that none of them will be answered unless I write a fuck ton of headcanons and send it over at the dev, so... Autocabs are full of bugs too. True, but there are ways around them. Are there? I didn't know that. Yeah, plenty. Can be easy as flashing a police badge. Something you wanted to discuss in private, detective. Oh my god, did he found... No, I'm scared. I'm actually genuinely scared, chat. What the fuck? I was asked to get in contact with you and pass along a message. A secret admirer. Certain interested parties and all that. You know how it is. I'm not sure I do. Does this have something to do with my client's business affiliations? There would be a lot more blossoming if I were to repeat it verbatim, so I'll rephrase. Focus on getting the best outcome for your client. More of a reminder of what my job description is than a warning. And don't broaden the scope of your investigation any more than strictly necessary. Well, I always appreciate kind words of advice. But Detective London, that almost makes it sound like you're on the you're on the take, sorry. That's this city, Tiger. If you don't take a little, you'll bury you. Alive, if need be. Oh, they will? How conspiratorial. It's not a joke, Morgan. Do they threaten your wife with Tommy guns if you don't comply? And a bro's about to be like, I don't have a wife. Huh. It's gotten more sophisticated than that. Well, maybe sophisticated isn't the right word. Complicated might be more accurate. Or you could just call it a... quagmire? Okay, sorry, that was a weird cue. Or even a shitstorm. If you can't get along to go along, even other cops won't trust you. You'll end up shot in the back, friendly fire, a tragic newspaper clipping. You're exaggerating. You're telling me the entire police force is corrupt. Corruption would be one thing. You could, in theory, root it out. But above and below the canopy, it's all intertwined. Every tree stabilizing every other tree. What do they call that? Not parasitism. Commensalism. What are these words? Oh my god, I'm stupid. Commensalism. A biological interaction where one species benefit by gaining food, shelter, or transportation while the other species remains unaffected, neither harmed nor held. Ah, okay. Thank you. I needed that. There you go. The state pays criminal informants to rat on their peers and lets them keep their positions in exchange. Orcas buy judges and politicians to keep their men out of prison. Status quo, balancing act, a cycle. Stable as any gyroscope. Forgive me if I find that hard to believe. Crime is at an all-time low. That's not a contradiction. People hate crime. But what gets people killed is chaos. And the opposite of organized crime is... So everyone's playing nice with each other. Even Detective Reyes. She's... What about the man they think my client killed? Did he play nice? He was a special case. You got the brief. You recognize his last name. It's a big city. I don't put too much stock into last names. You'll need to break that habit if you continue to work in the underworld. Soska said something similar. Tariq Chopin, only son of Miguel and Dominic Chopin. Wait, Chopin? Like the musician? Oh my god! Yeah, he looks like he would get shot in the middle of a fucking turf war. I'm sorry. Girl. August 9th, 176 centimeters, 72, A+, patrol officer. Oh my god, and she was just a fuck-ass patrol officer. Sorry. 24/7 news, what he likes. Calligraphy, late dinners. That's 2M. Dislikes grey hairs, untucked shirts, mint. Education Bachelor of Science in Applied Philosophy, awarded Senatorial Commendation of Bravery, posthumous. Survived by fathers Miguel and Dominic Chopin, City Wait! He has two fathers! Oh my god! Oh my god! A cop that is unaffected by your mother jokes. That's beautiful, actually. Oh my god, he has two dads! Gay, gay, homosexual, gay. How fucking yeah. So who got pregnant? Guys, what do you think? Who got pregnant? I feel like it's probably the Dominic guy getting pregnant by Miguel, just saying. The power couple. And they are called a power couple? Why would the son of two of our city's most prominent council members be working as a police officer? You want the full story? Always. Let's ask about the family. So, who was this Chopin really? An idealist? Wrong line of work then. You're only half right. When he entered the academy, everyone assumed it was a political move, first step in his career to become a senator or whatever. Maybe it was, but everyone who met the guy could tell you he would have made a lousy politician. You're saying he was honest? Wouldn't tell a lie if his life depended on it. Guy couldn't do small talk, much less make friends. Talking about cleaning up the city, cleaning up the police, cleaning up everything. He was so unpopular, why was he kept on? No one on the force wanted to risk insulting his parents by firing him. Just got passed around from department to department, detail to detail. He did a lot of community outreach. Community outreach? What, like bake sales? Like giving talks at schools about saying no to drugs until you turn 21. Oof, must have really loved his job to put up with that. Or he just wanted to prove a point that bad. Or about the lower wards. Don't you try to save lower wards patrols for the more seasoned, better armed officers? We do, yeah. How'd you know that? By going to the lower wards and looking at the cops you send there, of course. I read about it in Watch magazine last month. Oh. If Chopin was I guess it's Chopin. I'm gonna call it Chopin. If Chopin was the son of such powerful men, why'd he end up in the lower wards last night? That... I don't know. You don't know? Wait... Wait, no. That we never really knew who had the black car that Morgan was carrying, but imagine that he was tracing the car. The cop, that is. But I don't think so. Who knows? That might come back. By all accounts, he and his parents should have been at least 2 patrols removed from that area. Partners, sorry, not parents. Must have been following up on some other lead. His partner, who's that? The hero who finally arrested the Hound of Icaria, that's who. I'll have to send him a congratulatory fruit basket. Hughie Rogers, pretty bare bones record, but maybe that'll just add to his legend. Huey, sorry, that's Huey, right? Not Huggy. I cannot pronounce that. It's gonna be Huey for me. What legend? Taking your client alive. Whacked him on the head with his sidearm, knocked him out cold. Guess it is a small miracle that Sosuke wasn't just shot dead if they thought he killed a cop. Ooh, that... Yeah, I mean... Maybe, but it wasn't pure luck. Only thing that did stick out to me in Rogers' record that his shooting score. 41. Out of 100, you need 40 to pass. I think someone took pity on him when tallying up his score. So he only whacked Sosuke on the head because he was too bad at a shot to avenge his partner? At least Rogers knows his weaknesses. The Hound? I keep hearing the name, the Hound of Icaria. I cringe every time. No one actually calls him that, right? Sorry, but I've definitely heard the name circulating around organized crime before. Must be one hell of a bodyguard to have earned a nickname for it. He's a bodyguard? Then yeah, must be pretty good. Of course, hound dogs are known for other things besides guarding. Sorry, that was a crude. Ah, don't be sorry. I don't even get enough of the joke to be offended. Is this like a bitch joke? Is this a bitch joke? Okay, that all makes for some interesting food for thought. But Detective London, if you are working for the Blue Bloods... I never said I work for the Blue Bloods. It's more of a gig worker type thing, Tiger. So he is! He's also corrupt! Okay! So who's fucking you from the Blue Bloods? Someone has to be buying all that butt duct tape, just saying. Or mascara. I'm friends with everybody. If you are working for the mob in general, then... How do I know you're even taking me to the right place and not to... Whoa, whoa! I may pass a message along here and there, but I'm not... Damn! Hell, no one else is either. Whatever you're imagining, it's not that exciting, I promise. Not that exciting. Sounds about right. Is it like this in every city? Handshakes and gentlemen's agreements behind closed doors? You disillusioned? The state has a great deal of power, Detective London. It makes countless rules. Now, I'm a big girl. I know that rules don't apply to people equally. And I understand that value of criminal informant and the possible conflicts of interest that arise in trying to keep them around. What I don't get is why the state has all this strength and it won't use it to just wipe the underworld off the map. That's pretty cold logic. I'd expect my state to be far colder. Hey, you ever heard this one? A politician, a CEO, and a mob boss are sitting at a round table with a gun in the middle. That's literally what, like, Donald Trump, Elon Musk, and Jeffrey Epstein. Who are you betting on? Ooh, wait, actually, who should we bet on? I feel like the mob would be the reasonable choice because you'd expect them to know guns. I'm gonna actually overwrite this one. I feel like the politician might be... Politicians are limp-wristed when it comes to their jobs, but they act faster than anyone when it comes to protecting their neck. Aside from Charlie Kirk. I should probably shut up. They'd grab for the gun fast and wouldn't stop pulling the trigger till it clicked. Not a bad pick. We'll make a patriot of you yet, Tiger. But it's a trick question, of course. Rock, paper, scissors has no trump card. The politician can bring the heavy arm of the law down onto the mob boss if he doesn't shoot the CEO for him. Wait. The politician can bring the heavy arm of the law down onto the mob boss if he doesn't shoot the CEO for him. The mob boss can have the CEO's family killed if he doesn't blow away the politician first, or just blow him. And the CEO can turbocharge the campaign of whoever the politician's opponent is if he refuses to miss the mob boss. Oh, okay. Yeah, seems like you could make the argument to go in the other direction too. You could. So the point the riddle's meant to teach is this. Whoever convinces someone else to pull the trigger comes out on top. Funny. So in the parable you've set up the gun on the table, that's the police. The blameless tool with no will of its own. Yeah. Though it was older men than I who set it up. Didn't realize this country's police were so powerless. However do you manage? We used to have a partner that helped us out, a tiebreaker. Because all three of those powerful men would be screwed if a journalist told the world they were meeting together. I've got good news for you, Detective. Journalists still exist. I could introduce you to one. You could even take a photograph. Oh, I know you're not extinct. I know they're not extinct. People will always write. It's just that no one wants to pay them to. Sorry, didn't mean to talk so much. Maybe it's nerves coming back down here. What happened the last time he visited? Oh, I bet it involved some duct tape and mascara. I'm just saying. Something up? Didn't put you to sleep, did I? No. Actually, your 3-seat table reminded me of an even older thought experiment. If God is omnipotent, why does he allow the existence of the devil? Of the devil? Of the devil? Oh! They said the thing! They said the thing! Thank you. That's all I wanted. That's all I wanted. Oh my god! Even I know that one. To preserve free will or whatever, right? Yeah, that's the answer most people give. But now I'm wondering if it isn't a rock, paper, scissors deadlock like the one you just described. God lets the devil be so he'll terrify man, and man will always need God's warm protection. And God needs man's faith, which can be compelled. Of course, most people would also say that God's long dead in the 21st century, but we're still around. So that leaves the devil in an awful strong position, doesn't it? You always picture 3 men in that room, don't you? God is a woman! God is a woman! Sorry. Huh? Yeah, I guess I do. Sorry. Do 55 feminist rosaries for your pen. Oh my god, I love you. I love these two. Maybe that fanfiction is good for something. Hold on, I might check it out later. 6 p.m. August 14, 2086. The overboard. We're back. Detective London. We're definitely not alone down here. But when you reassured your partner that we'd have company, I didn't think you were including blue bloods. You know, I knew I'd forgotten to mention. What? Well then, she's a liar, babe. Oh no. I got so scared. Fidget tubbies! Oh my god, beautiful woman! Beautiful woman with a fidget tubby. Sorry. Because I never said that. No, I never said that. Oh, come on, babe. That's what she's like. She lies for fun. Because that's what I call you, babe. It's a pet name. You like it. No, don't hang up. Don't hang up, baby. Don't hang up. Of course I do. You gotta get to work, Han. Jesus, my word. Hun. I have to call you back, babe. Something just came up. Oh my god, mother. Let me just. Why does she looks like Hyuna from Alien Stage? London, what is this? London, who is this? Are you blushing? Is she blushing? Constable Morgan, this is Adelaide Hun. Adelaide, hello. She's a blue blood. Hey, I'm a perfectly legitimate career woman. Oh my god, she is blushing. Oh, she has really good, you know, like actual powder blush. You're speaking to a Cyanus security site manager. If you need anything, miss, please don't hesitate to reach out. Han's card, Adelaide Han's business card, listing her as a site manager at Cyanus Security, a known front for the Blue Blood criminal organization. Includes her personal contract number on top of her work details for some reason. Lesbians! Let's go! Let's go! Okay. Oh my god, she's so cute! I'm so fine. A real business card. It even has a watermark. I'm not familiar with Cyanus. We're a private security and investigating firm. We provide bouncers, armed escorts, we catch cheating partners and runaway debtors, run paternity tests, that kind of stuff. It's literally the Maury show, chat. Is a trusted partner in your business ventures, offering a suite of private security services. Yeah. We get it. Sorry, but have we met somewhere? No, it can't be. I never forget a beauty like you. Oh my god, stop! Morgan was literally tweaking out like, was that woman there last night? Never mind, she just tried to pick me up. She's the Hound's lawyer, Han. Seriously? She works for those copper-headed scumbags? So we're mortal enemies? That sucks. Not alive then, eh? No! We could still be doomed, Yuri! Don't give up on me, Han! But I'll still play nice if you will. April the 16th, 183. Oh my god, she's the same height as Idia. 75 kilogram. Oh, negative. Site manager, Serra security, likes new furniture, silk clothes, dimples. Wait, the Morgan has dimples. Oh, stop. I'm so fine. I'm so fine. Chat, are you seeing this shit? Dislikes clingy types, jealous types, needles, plays pickup games, whatever that is, avoids laundry day, least favorite chore, throwing out dead flowers. Aww. Okay. Okay, Han. Right. So you're private security and you're currently securing this crime scene. Yeah? What's with the tone? What you're hearing is genuine bewilderment. London, why are the police letting blue bloods contaminate the crime scene where the cop died? Where a cop died, sorry. Come on, we don't have cooties. If this wasn't the location where the cop died, we'd have already turned full control over to them. What? The police contract out the security around crime scenes to private companies all the time. And around here, the private company best suited for the job happened to be Sienna's. Letting them conduct their own side investigation is a small concession to keep the peace. A small concession. They're probably in there destroying evidence as we speak. We have the arcs to preserve the crime scene. They could burn the building down and we still have a pristine copy. Oh yeah, so I don't have to check what arcs are, I remember those. London Bridges is trying to save face. The police couldn't keep this crime scene off limits without our help, and he knows it. Gremlins would be smashing their shiny cameras and popping their expensive tires around the clock if we weren't here. Lower wards kids take out drones by tossing shoes at them for fun. Is that why you see shoes hanging off of wires? No, I don't know why that happens. No, fuck, why? Oh my god. I have it in my city as well, but I don't know what that means. Shoes hanging from wires. What does that mean again? Oh, it's gang territory and drug spots celebrating milestones like graduation and the military service. Oh, it's for drugs. It's fine. Sorry. It's just a thing teens have always done for fun. Mystery solved? Fine. Maybe the cops and the blue bloods are all consummate professionals who never even bicker. But what kind of impartiality can I expect coming here to defend an ihateus? Well, you might get some ugly looks from those with less chivalry, but no one's gonna get in your way. We know how defense attorneys operate. We know damn well how you usually win. No one's gonna do anything that lets you worm the hound out of his life sentence on a technicality. You sure you wouldn't prefer that? To have him back out on the street so you can take another shot at him? Oh, so flattery, that's how you flirt? What does that mean? You think we'd ever manage to gun down the hound of ihateus in the streets, shank him in the holding cell? Blue Bloods took him alive just fine the other day, didn't they? Yeah, and look what happened to them afterwards. So you won't tamper with the crime scene just because you want to make sure the state lobotomizes Sosuke for pentuple homicide. Yeah! I mean, we also literally get paid good money to do these kinds of jobs, so we have a reputation to maintain. Rate us 5 stars when you're done looking around, okay? I'll be sure to leave a glowing review. So, this is the main entrance. Front door looks about as heavy as I remember, but it's unlocked. What's that? How was this door found? Chapin and Rogers were the first officers on the scene responding to gunfire. Someone heard that. Good thing I cleaned up fast. Check the area, then enter through the front door. The door was definitely locked when I arrived. But I didn't lock it behind me when I left. I didn't have any keys. Admiring our handiwork, this is a Cyanus installation. Who else would Blue Bloods trust to secure Blue Blood buildings? How does it lock? You never used a key before? I want to know how the lock functions. Does it lock behind you automatically? That's a good question. You looking to buy? Cause I could set you up. It is a good question, hon. Why don't you answer it? Yeah, this model locks behind you by default. You need a key to get in if someone doesn't unlock it for you from inside. A physical key. Physical keys can be hacked or overridden by police badge. Some people consider those useful features. Is that why the door's ajar? It looks like the lock's been destroyed. Was it found like this? Yeah, for as long as the art has been set up. Okay, so front door entrance to the crime scene utilized a physical lock and key mechanism designed to automatically lock behind you when leaving the building. The lock is currently damaged and non-functional. Trey definitely had to lock it to let me inside. I didn't think to see if it had locked behind me after I was left. Probably the cops busted it open with a gun. Probably. Or someone, or whoever killed the... Wait, let's see, where did they actually kill the cop? Maybe that wasn't inside. It definitely wasn't locked when me and Reyes arrived, which was around 10:20 p.m. Hang on, you and Reyes, were you the second officers on scene? That's right, we weren't far when the 10-999 went out at 10:15. They were in the lower wards while she was killing? Emergency response code. Okay, so it's the 911. A long way from precinct 254, isn't it? We were in the area. Awkward. You want to tour them? Actually, I'd like to check out the alley first. You know the crime scene's on the 3rd floor, right? Yeah, but it has a window that opens to the alley, doesn't it? I just prefer to start from the bottom and work my way up sometimes. Sure, we can start there. This sounds like they're flirting! You could misunderstand this so many ways, and I love that. I love that. Just be careful where you step if you like those boots at all, Jesus. I'm gonna be real. The autism, the dyslexic screen isn't as helpful as I hoped it to be. All right, let's see. One problem with Blue Bloods and cops running security. I don't know who to blame for leaving their shit here. I'll give the moral high ground to whichever part of society learns to pick up after themselves first. Bombing ruled out in university fire. Panic happened last week as a campus when the computer labs of North Technical University were set ablaze in the early hours of the morning. Students and faculty scattered campus and Okay, fires and bombing recently reported sweeping eastward across the nation, dubbed by some members of the press of Witch of the West. Each incident appears to have targeted data infrastructure. Hundreds of thousands of files related to student debt, all of it non-recoverable. Oh, someone's burning data. Let me save. I feel like I've heard stories about bombing out west the last few months, but I didn't know they'd all been attributed to one person, or that they're now calling them the Witch of the West. There's no mention of victims, only data centers being targeted. But clearly this witch is hitting someone where it hurts. If they now got schools involved or feds? Feds? What really stands out here is that the federal investigations are getting involved. Most national security agencies were absorbed into the military police complex decades ago. That bureau survived, but it's a mere fraction of the size it used to be, and very different in its function. Their modern reputation is that on attack dogs, deployed by the Senate to make examples of political targets. I can't say I like the idea of them being out there hunting for serial offenders. Alright. It was much darker last night than it is now, and I only took a quick peek, but even so, this looks like it's been moved, huh? Yes, was trash picked up last night, perhaps? Checking the model number on the side, looks like dumpsters of this make haven't been picked up by the city in a decade. I didn't realize there was a DRM on trash cans. Hey, this is heavy model, tough to lift even if its wheels weren't broken. And designed for containing industrial waste, how it ended up here in a residential district isn't that hard to puzzle out, is it? It was cheaper for the mechs to dump their shit on us than it was to haul it to the landfill. Is that why I can see markings on the ground there from leaks? Oh, you really are a tourist, aren't you? I've been in the lower wards before, but only at night, right? Rain's dirty down here, stains the ground wherever it falls. Acid rain, like from the history books? Not quite that bad, just smoke combined with precipitation combined with the charms of the city to make dirty rain, like I said, lower ward spring water. There's a shop named after it, tequila and pickle juice. So is the dumpster empty? Let's see. Hey, grab a glob if you're gonna... Yeah, it's mostly empty, except for a bunch of scrap metal at the bottom. Explains why it can't get it to budge. Careful, if you get your toe trapped under there, don't look at me to help you just cause I'm modded. Are you saying you couldn't budge it either? I could if a girl was cheering me on. Ah! Love lesbians. Love. Okay, London, thanks. Don't know what I was expecting to find, really. Now just watch it so you don't... Oh gosh. Sorry, I'm staring. Oh my god. Let the lid slam. An industrial dumpster found in the alley just next to the crime scene, incredibly heavy yet still shows signs of having been moved recently. The lid makes a very unpleasant sound as uncovered by Detective London's thorough investigation. Okay, this might be important later. Sorry. I think that's all I have left. The first fire escape would lead right up to the crime scene, assuming it doesn't come crashing down once you step into it. It's missing the ladder that would connect it to the street level. You're violating first code with this tetanus trap, hon. Building inspection's not my department. Besides, who'd want to climb up into a burning building? Firefighters. You're funny, Bridges. Even a copper firefighter wouldn't risk getting singed to save a lower ward property from burning down. An ad could probably make the jump up there. Ads are heavy. If an android leaped onto that, the whole mess would probably come down on top of them. Maybe the scrap metal inside is the remaining of the ladder? No, not this one. Sorry. The fire escape connected to the room where the crime took place. Rusty and poorly maintained, it's missing the ladder that would normally let you climb up from the street, so one could only freely move back and forth between the third floor room where the bodies were found and second floor room beneath this. Interesting. Yeah, mothers are heavy too. Hey! Looks like the only way up into the building is through the front door then. Alright, I'm done back here. So, I think I've seen everything That's right. I was standing here last night when... The child! Oh, the child! Oh my god, we almost forgot about the child! It was dark and foggy. The kid was too far off to make out my face. Weren't they? What is it, Tiger? Nothing. Though I saw someone out on the corner of my eye, that's all. Yeah, around here maybe it was an unlisted. What do you... Those are real? Keep to themselves, obviously, but yeah, they're real. I've met some. They inform sometimes on what they've seen, never come in to testify, of course. You'd think they'd stand out dressing like that, but if their camouflage didn't work, they wouldn't be unlisted, right? What do you mean they keep to themselves? Don't they work with any of the gangs down here? Sorry, have I gotten your hopes up for something? Trust me, you've got better chance of winning the lottery than running into one. Right, forget I asked. Unlisted is an informal designation given to individuals, often missing persons or unhoused, who are not being tracked in any government database. For much of the 21st century, individuals of this description were most often undocumented immigrants, following shifts in immigration patterns and the implementation of the Military Service Citizenship Program. Undocumented immigrant. So the child might be homeless. Is what we're getting at. You ready to go inside? I think so, so long as... No, I'm not with everyone else, it's just me here. Because she's shrill, princess. And delusional, you know that. I'm sure she'll catch up. Girl. So you were saying this used to be an apartment building? Somewhere between that and a long-stay motel, yeah. Blue Bloods didn't deviate from that model when they took over. They call rooms like these vaults, places to stash away a lover, witness, debtor, when there's too much heat. You've gone through all those vaults, I take it. Cyanus helped us with that last night. Yeah, bringing around master keys, clearing out every possible hiding place. Didn't find a red-handed killer hiding anywhere, did you? Sorry, but no. So, is this the Blue Bloods forte then? Securing people, places, and things? You could think of it that way. Guess I always assumed gangs made their money through drugs. Well, the Blue Bloods do deal here and there. But narcotics have been Enrichment's game ever since the CDCA rolled in. Half of these I don't remember. Oh, I guess it's just Contraband Decriminalization Act. Now the the term for automated dependent. If you have the funds to ride the grave wave the way cupcakkeah does, you can make a killing. They've got the market cornered from black to grey to white to pure green profit. The Blue Bloods hate that they have to make to do all the scraps the megs and the house don't bother producing en masse. Professional jealousy? How ugly. Why can't these underworld overlords just bury the hatchet, get together and screw over the consumer like reasonable people do? They've tried, if you believe the rumors. About a year ago now, there was some kind of meeting, an olive branch from the golds to the blues. Apparently, the Blue Bloods had a product that the ihateus wanted to distribute. The ihateus sell legal drugs now, though. And what kind of product could the Blue Bloods have that the ihateus couldn't manufacture? Not sure. Maybe that's why it went south so fast. Blood was spilled in less than an hour. The ihateus aren't the type to keep negotiating after being spat on like that. And so the Blue Bloods remained firmly planted in their lower wards niche. They might not like having to take the low end, but they are filling a gap in the market. And that's every proper capitalist's calling, right? Besides, the workers certainly appreciate the protection down here. Workers hire Blue Bloods for protection, but all that stuff is legal so long as they're licensed, isn't it? Legal? Yes. Respectable? Most would say no. So household name security max consider it too high risk to be seen in the company of workers. But worker is a shortened term for... Oh, sex workers. Okay, I see. Doesn't help that their average board member is easily pushing 60 years old. You aren't that far from pushing 60 yourself, are you? Not you calling him a pimp! Matter of opinion. Besides, I'm a very modern, forward-thinking man. Oh my god! He said women's rights and wrongs. He likes the mascara for a reason, okay? Did you finish those 50 rosaries already? I love them. Right. And the cupcakkeah, they don't compete in that market? Nah. People at the cupcakkeah Heights might patronize a courtesan or two in the Cloud District, but they'd never lower themselves to work alongside one. Hypocrites. That much I understand perfectly. The hypocrisy is the appeal for them. The hypocrisy, sorry. Blah. The rules don't apply to me. You couldn't ask for more pure expression of power. Damn. Worse than I remember. Like a demon tore through the place. Seriously. What the hell happened here? That's what we all get paid to find out, right? Yeah. I've definitely got a head start on the rest of you though. Shall we ring up the arcs? Sure, I'll patch you in. Allow me! If you're needed on the phone, Miss Han, please don't let me keep you here. Nonsense! I've got all the time in the world for you. Stop! She wants that cookie so bad! Everyone's treating me like royalty today. Alright, time to see what really went down. Oh, let me save. 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 Save. Let me save. Took the words right out of my mouth. Where shall we start? How about with tall, dark, and mysterious in the middle here? That's your client. He was found standing over Chopin's body by the arresting officer. Rogers, right? And then he knocked Sosuke out. Correct. So why is this artistic rendition of Sosuke and not a capture from Rogers' body cam? Well, it seems like at the time, their body cam was off. Seriously? Of course they would have their stupid body cam off! Motherfuckers! This is why we don't trust you bitches! Hey, I'd chew him out myself if he was here with us. It's department policy to have all sensors green when responding to an emergency. Did all this not qualify as an emergency then? What if it was the other cop that killed the last cop? That would be so crazy. Chopin and Rogers were responding to shots fired. That's not uncommon in this part of town. I mean, look, the cop was killed with the sword. And if you think about it, we only know that the Rogers guy has zero, like shitty aim as with a gun. So that technically does mean that it could have picked up the gun and stabbed someone. An idea. For two inexperienced officers first on the scene, it might not have come to mind. At least Chopin could use that excuse. Rest in peace. But apparently Rogers requests replacement body cams nearly every week. Okay, if he's that big of a klutz, take away his gun once the city's done throwing him a parade. I'll put in a request. Right then, who's next? So this was Trey. This was... I'm trying to remember who was who. Give me a second. Makoto Miller, yeah. So this was probably Mirror. This was Trey. That was Tanks. Right in the back was the twink, the any pronoun twink, and then this has to be the cop. All right, let's look around on everything. Blood was from the neck, even I can't tell that much. Stabbed with a bladed weapon right near the carotid artery. Very efficient. Not the kind of kill someone could make without prior experience. My client's a humble bodyguard. Come on now, I know you got a job to do, but you shame him if you don't let him take credit for this one. Miller was no joke in a fight. To take him out with one clean stab to the neck using his precious signature katana? The hound must have been itching to brag about it. Yeah, but if the wound is not deep enough, then you cannot claim that it was the katana. I defer to the medical examiner on this matter. Thank you very much. What do you mean? Sato said the same thing. Katana to the neck. It's not so many words. Is Miller's blood even on the katana? Even if it is, why would a medical examiner assume the katana was used here when my knife is a much better fit for my knife? Where is it? Where? I gave Sosuke the knife before I left. It should have been found on him when he was arrested. It should be somewhere in the arcs. You looking for something, Tiger? If they haven't found the knife and I ask about it anyway, that means admitting that I know it's missing. If I tell them Sosuke mentioned the knife that only the killer would know about, I'd be running my case before he even entered the courtroom. Or worse, pointing the police in the direction of the knife's real origin. No, I just... Was anything found on my client's person when he was arrested? Beside a gun, a sword, and a bunch of blood that didn't belong to him? No, not even any lint of his pocket. So someone took the knife. Why do you ask? No reason. Sometimes you gotta shake the tree to see what falls out. Or so they say. Oh, you were blindly guessing. I've been there. Something must have happened to that knife. It couldn't have just disappeared, not from a crime scene looked down like this. I need to find it, but I can't just go looking for it. What if the knife was used on the cop and not the katana? Okay, let's just chill out. Maybe I'm wrong. Is this what it feels like to play with a handicap? Alright, Trey. I'd advise you to brace yourself before opening the autopsy photos for this one, counselor. Yes, this is sufficiently obfuscated. A lot to take in. The skull was crushed? Yes, but the cause of death was blood loss from a laceration across the neck. He hit the floor and bleed out in seconds. Everything else you're seeing there is post-mortem overkill. Not the word I'd use for this kind of shit. Oh, calm down. I didn't do it for the fun of it. In this specific instance. This victim had mudded eyes. Seems to me like someone just didn't want to take any chances. Bullshit. No one in the lower wards would get optics mods with recording functionality. You wouldn't be welcome anywhere. So the eyes actually were not modded for recording, but then what were they modded for? You gonna claim the Hound of Icaria didn't know something that fundamental? Nah, he bashed his brains in for the fun of it. I'm sure to law-abiding citizens like yourself, we're all scums of the earth who deserve... I'm pretty scummy myself, Han. Defense attorney, remember? Who the hell deserves shit like this? Deserves? What does that have to do with anything? I take it that this bat is what did the deed. Matches the splinters found inside his wounds, if you had any doubts. There's nothing here about Sosuke's fingerprints. You think we could get anything but partials off of that? Especially splinters. Makes sense, I was the one who actually swung it down and I was wearing gloves by then. Whoever did this, they were damn enthusiastic. You know how hard they'd have to swing to crush a skull, to break the bat itself? I can't imagine. Damn, how strong are you? Cheap wooden bat used to bludgeon Trey's skull post-mortem. Splinters beyond repair during the bludgeoning. Fingerprints analysis has proven inconclusive, returning only partials. It was bearing Sosuke's from exiting the other room before I used it to destroy Stray's eyes, but no one else knows that, and I have no way of informing them. What a pain. There's some faint blood that's been smeared here. Did it belong to this victim? And Sosuke, I wonder if maybe the bodies hadn't gotten moved around for some reason, but your client's legs and feet were soaked in others' blood when he was arrested. And he would have had to sneak up to Chopin in order to stab him in the back. You think he slid his feet across the ground to avoid making noise? Does he stay otherwise? I'll let you keep guessing on that one. Alright, let's see. I really wanna leave the cop for last. Let's go for Tank. The big one. He made a strange face when I shot him and a loud slam when he hit the floor. This one really long rap sheet. With a short ending, buckshot to the torso, died instantly. Flags were on his mods, but his time of death at 9:44 p.m. Killed by his own weapon. Comes up a bit short of poetic justice, but it doesn't look like he was in any kind of struggle for it beforehand. But how'd someone manage to get it off of his hands? It wasn't any great feat, I assure you. Tex identified it as a double-barreled Magus and... Hey, how'd you know the gun was his? Oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck. He's still wearing the holster in the arcs. Was I mistaken? Nope. About a week ago, Tanks here was stopped and freezed by a patrol unit. And they found this here gun... Wait. That also has okay. And they found this here gun on him. They found this gun on him and they just handed it back to him? He bought and paid for it above board. So this gun isn't jailbroken. You have tag data from the murders. No, we don't. Strange. According to the tags, this gun is jailbroken. What happened between the last week and last night that he'd get the tag stripped off? It has a... Wait. It has a keychain, but I can't see the keychain. The different layers Morgan has to navigate, given that she knows that this is such a fun case. Please don't spoil it. Please do not spoil it. That's all I ask, Daminvar. Thank you for joining the stream. Just don't spoil it. I'm so excited, okay? The short barrel maglev firearm recovered from the scene of the crime. I know this game since I played it on Steam Next Fest. God knows when. I'm so fucking excited. Registered to Ankurtan, aka Tanks, found on Sosuke Kariya person when he was arrested by Officer Rogers. Fingerprints analysis showed that Sosuke Kariya gripped it in his left hand. No one else's fingerprints are present. Modified to an illegal extent, the slugs fired detonate after penetrating their target, increasing lethally, and the gun leaves no digital traces. Tags from when or where it was fired. Horribly gaudy, but got the job done. Last I saw it, I'd left it in Sosuke's waistband. Like that's the gun that touched the dick. Something that made him think this piece would see action soon. Maybe they wanted to use it on Sosuke, that's why the tags are gone. Alright, let's check on the last guy. Windows open to the fire escape and the alley below. There's a thin misting of blood across them. Got a good guess as to who it belongs to. This is Very Fun Creek, leader of the pod. Ballistics tells us the shooter was standing in front of the desk, near where my client was found. Your words, not mine. Nasty slug burst in his chest, blew blood back into the windows behind him. The open windows. Hello, spread. Yes, it is. Did someone open these or... No, they were opened when we secured the scene. Was it open when we shot him though? Any fingerprints? Plenty on the handles there from Creek and his pod. That's where the handles are? Did he try to open it himself? But he died. Something wrong. The windows at the scene of the crime, positioned behind Krieg's desk, open to the alley and the fire escape. Blood splatter across the windows has Through forensic analysis, been traced back to when the magus shell split inside Creek's ribcage, spraying blood and viscera behind him. Fingerprints on the handles match Creek and the rest of his pod. Definitely, but how the heck could I explain why I know that? No, sorry, I guess I'm wondering about the keys around his neck in the arcs. Oh, he has the same tattoo as Han, now that I realize it. Oh well, one of the master keys could unlock any other doors in the building. The other key we eventually paired to a small safe in the desk, empty though. Suppose that's all irrelevant since he apparently died with the keys on his person. Yeah, they caught my eye too, to be honest, but not every detective's instinct pans out. I mean, given how the blood is, those keys could have been damaged, but then again, Morgan did claim them after he shot him. So, anyway, I wish you could see his beautiful face, but maybe I shouldn't. So, who was this guy? Curious? Only professionally. I don't care what he was before I killed him. Sorry, that was too fast. Criminal record dating as far back as it goes, sealed when he turned 18. What makes you so sure he was a juvenile record then? The more experience these guys get, the more time in between their arrests. Pattern I'm seeing, he was pretty damn experienced by the time he was of age. You trying to compliment him? I wasn't trying to insult him, Han. Anything you'd like to add? Nah, nothing I want to say in front of you two. If you want to say a few words, the detective and I could step. Only words I have are for his killer. I'll deliver them in person, or not at all. Fair enough. Do you have any idea why someone might want to hurt this Creek fellow? That's not funny. That dog you're defending. It's a fair question, Han. Give it a fair consideration. Besides the Ikaria, the Rust, or the city's finest, no, Creek was charismatic and driven. Plus, he made us a lot of money. No true blue would want him gone. The bloodthirsty Ikaria soldier he was interrogating, however, probably wasn't a huge fan. What about family? This is getting old fast. Younger brother's listed as his next of kin. Leave his brother out of this. Hell, leave me out of this. Rooting through a person like you're picking at zits. Well, seems he's out of town anyway, taking summer lessons at How Mariner U. That's a good school. An expensive school. Younger brother has no listed occupation. Bro was paying for his college. That's sad. Also, no priors and no juvenile record. TAD. At his age, poor kid. Pills for that cost an arm and leg. Creek must have been sending him. Detective, did you just leak the confidential medical data of a non-suspect to a third party? Hey, you don't have to report. How about I buy you an ice cream or something? Bribery too? You're digging yourself pretty deep. Is it still bribery if I'm the government official? Okay, let's see. Let me just check that again. TAD, what's that? I've never heard of that. TAD. TAD sickness? Thoracic aortic disease. It looks like a blood disease. A life-threatening tear in the aorta. Oh, okay, so that's not good. Okay, so it's a blood sickness. Anything else? The screen. I turned it off to distract tanks long enough to grab his gun. And I remember choosing not to turn it back off. Interesting setup. Powerful setup. Was blaring when we arrived. The sound system, I mean. One of the CS techs is a real audiophile? Wait, I just have a thought. What if whoever killed the cop is like an HBK impersonator? You know, when like big serial killers go live, they usually get people who want to be them. Just an idea. Said it broke her throat how loud they must have blared to speakers all the time. Where's it out, she said. Sound system found on the scene of the crime. According to the ARGs, the system was still playing music loudly by the time the crime scene tech started scanning the environment. It really was giving me a headache when I turned it off. Didn't enjoy having to turn it back on before I left just to leave no trace. So someone, when they killed the cop, they turned the music back on. But why? I wouldn't count on orcas to value the longevity of their tech purchases. Alright, oh, I still have. Creeks find Wood's desk. He seemed particular about it. Maybe no small part because it had a priceless no mask hidden inside it, but... I'm sure you've been through his datapad here. Front to back, but we didn't find anything we didn't already know. Seems like Creek was smart enough to use it for payments and nothing else. Simple datapad with an attachment for processing non-standard identification info, commonly sold to allow payment processing of unusual or rare forms. Besides some partials, fingerprints were found matching those of Creek and Officer Chopin. Technicians have confirmed that the datapad is locked to Creek's fingerprints, making it difficult for anyone else to use it. The dark card is stuck quite firmly into the attached card reader. Couldn't avoid touching it, had to at least pretend the dark card would work. How'd he manage that? Even gangsters need spreadsheets. Hence the paperwork you see scattered about. They really did everything by hand. PPP is what they call it over in organized crime, paper and pencil protocol. Helps with orcas keep their books off the books. Or at least is a format that's easier to destroy should push come to shove. Did you run checks on this credit card that's jammed in here? Ah, not surprised you didn't recognize it, that there is a dark card. Wow, tell me more. Wow, tell me more! It's an untraceable wallet in the palm of your hand. I would hope any wallet could fit in the palm of your hand, detective. But you really can't find the owner, can't trace any of the transactions. Most we can tell is that a datapad registered calls to dark card networks at around 9:40 p.m. but it timed out. What does that mean? The transfer didn't go through. Either someone got cold feet or they forgot the password. Happens to the best of us. Physical card key that begins the authentication process for accessing funds located in cryptographically secure amount. Without the fingerprints of the owner and their 24-digit passcode, the card alone is functionally useless. Forensics show that all fingerprints have been wiped off of it at some point. Discovered at the crime scene stuck in a card reader of the datapad. Only reason I had to take my gloves off in the first place was because of this useless piece of plastic. By the way, why is this cloth being flagged? Not sure, forensics didn't find any blood on it. Who flagged it? Lady Rockford herself. Oh no, it's Emma time! Could be that she fat-thumbed it. Yeah, I'm sure it's nothing. Oh, that's gonna be important. Paper scattered all over his desk. Suppose I'm partially to blame. I didn't exactly memorize his setup before I started searching for the mask. What's this? Ihateus. What do you find there? A note? A note scrawled into the small piece of paper reading Ihateus. Wait, Ihateus and then Ihateus. Oh, he misspelled the name. Handwriting is by and large a match for other documents planned and initiated by Creek found at the crime scene. Makoto Ihateus? It might be related to Makoto. Looks like Creek's handwriting from the other files I've seen. Ihateus. Looks like Ihateus actually. He's dead, London. I was gonna let the spelling mistake slide. Right, sorry, but that's gotta be Makoto, right? You know Makoto? I know he's the Ihateus heir apparent. From what I've heard, he's an appropriately frightening young scion. He's really quite something. But why would his name be on Creek's desk? He was Krieg's real target the other day. Sosuke was some kind of consolation prize. Bagging the hound was a consolation prize. These punks had their sights set high. Yeah. Like no one taught them not to stare at the sun. Alright, they did want... Let me check anything else. Through these doors where they were keeping Sosuke and where I let him off the leash. I leave that for the other... I leave that for after I finish in here. Oh, okay, so we have to go there after we check out the cup. Got it. Just wanna see if there's anything else I should check. Fine. Who the hell? Who the hell are you really? Why are you lying there dead right in the middle of my crime scene? That was Tariq shopping, as you might guess, a patrol officer and the son of two loving fathers. Gay, homosexual gay! Who strongly emphasized to the chief of police that desire to see justice done. Reyes wasn't exaggerating about how he died. Run through him behind with a sword. So he would have been standing in front of the desk, then he was impaled. When he collapsed to the floor face first and the sword got stuck in the ground. Bad luck for the attacker, I suppose. Yeah, Dr. Sato noted in her report that the stab wound was, in her words, jostled. Pardon? Like the attacker tried to pull it out, but it was stuck, so they had to jiggle it around. Hey, it's probably what saved Rogers' life. Or it might have been Rogers. Kept your client distracted and disarmed long enough to give Rogers time to rush in. Allegedly. Not where I left you, that's for sure. And according to Sosuke, the one thing he does recall after I pass the baton to him is dragging his sword. You're not giving much to work with. Fingerprints on the grip match your client's right hand, by the way. Here I was getting my hopes up. And it definitely wasn't suicide because no one else's prints are on the damn thing. Okay, but that means that the person who came in might have just had gloves on. I ruled out suicide once I saw he was stabbed in the back, thank you. There are papers scattered underneath his body. Did I knock them off the desk at some point? Maybe when the tall one hit the ground? Or maybe when I was swinging that bat down on... Hang on. What kind of paper is this? I can't read a word. Really? You should get that looked at. My vision's 2020. What am I looking at, Miss Site Manager? Those ducks are internal businesses, ma'am. Nothing to worry your pretty little head over. How do you know they're internal businesses if you can't read them? You really never seen Reading before? Never heard of it. It's a corporate information security protocol. Files with special flags trigger specific print commands if you try to make physical copies. Makes it use some kind of special ink. Try to take a photo of it and it comes out bright blur. Paper special too. Too much heat, humidity, becomes illegible. A corpse breathing on top of you is a lot of heat and humidity. So these documents contain confidential data that the blue brands wouldn't want getting out. What do they say in the movies? I cannot confirm nor deny that. And if I subpoenaed the data? Do your worst, we've got lawyers too. And unlike your client, they've got all the time in the world to stall. Besides, you and I both know exactly what the hound's motive was. And it isn't written in those pages, it's written all over his busted up face. Sure. But you won't mind if I copy down whatever I can anyway, right? I wouldn't have any legal reason to stop you if that's what you're getting at. Documents found in the scene of the crime, mostly blotted out by the blood coming from Chopin's corpse, apparently contain confidential information of high value, but only the occasional page number, graphics, or a name can be spotted. Snippets include page 21, Lars, required for expansion of eminent domain with proper, page 345, payments to support of page 403, re-election Clement, long to push for, colloquially referred to as the lower ward, probably. 492B, vote upcoming. Stress the importance of OPSEC of highest level. Okay. Dude, I've been reading for like nearly 2 hours and I feel tired. Okay. Looks like that's everything in here. Well, I don't envy you any either of your workloads. It's a mess in here. It's a lot of blood, that's for sure. I'm impressed you haven't gotten nauseous, miss. I'd be right home here if you all weren't poking your noses around. Shoot, I just remembered. I never hear the end of it. I don't check it with my partner after saying I would. You're too good to keep going if I step out to make a call. A call? Is your partner your mom? And is your mom blind? Send a text. Thanks for your understanding. Damn. Maybe he was the one with the weak stomach. You be sure to let me know if you're feeling faint. I can keep going. We're nearly finished anyway. I stick to the arcs if I were you. Nothing behind that door that's better than in person. Better seen in person, sorry. You've been such a gracious host up until now this point, Miss Han. Why the cold feet now? It's ugly in there. Uglier than this. Different kind of ugly then. It's all in the eye of the beholder. So this is where Sosuke was. I warned you. Don't worry, I can stomach it just fine. So long as I can understand it. Why did Creek Spot torture my client? I don't know what they did. Sosuke told me they electrocuted him, Han. Electrocuted, sorry. They probably just grounded him. Low-grade currents applied every few minutes stops most mods from rebooting. So no SOS pings, no adrenaline burst pulled out of his ass. And the pliers, hammers, and syringes, what suppose did they do? What purpose did they serve? They could have just killed Sosuke when they failed to nab Makoto. Instead, they dragged him down here. Why? To try and get info on Makoto's itinerary? Get enough intel to make another run at him? If there are any answers for me in here, I need a grout scraper to find them. It's water, cold enough that condensation's on the outside of the bucket. Is that water for sponge baths? Just a simple way to keep guests from dozing off. Temperature shock makes caffeine look like a sleep aid. This coming after you claim you didn't know if Sosuke was tortured. You know what that other bucket's for then? I know you said you've got a weak sense of smell, but do you really need to hint there? Oh, for shit! But then this last bucket here is... What is that? Trash? Cloth and rope. Bindings. Or bandages! See, they were nursing him back to health. I'll run your theory past Sosuke next chance I get. This must be what's left of what they were keeping Sosuke tied up with. Okay. Bladed weapon found it. Oh, it's because of the jittery. Another murder weapon I had to wipe prints of before taking my leave. It was indulgent trying to take Trey's head off. Wasn't my only indulgence either. I must have got a miller's broad on the blade tip when I dragged it across the floor. So that's why they think it was a katana, not a knife. Hard clothing binding found inside the room where Sosuke was held, stiff with dried blood and clearly cut with something sharp, like a knife. They wouldn't have to use something. Yeah, this door doesn't even lock. Not after I removed the bat bearing it from the outside. So he was brought here tied up, question, then he breaks out, bursts into the next room, cuts up 2 of his captors and blows the other 2 away. That's what you think happened? That's what it looks like. And then what? Chopin runs in and turns his back on a violent criminal? Don't strain yourself trying to make it sound improbable. Cops are dumb. If the Hound crouched in a corner, he'd have his chance soon enough. Hell, he probably just played dead. Walking into that scene out there, you think some patrol officer would go around checking pulses? Why would my client go to all that trouble to get the jump on an officer? Why not just run away? Hell, why not ask him for medical treatment? Because he was standing in the middle of the four men he just killed? I know that Sosuke had no logical reason to attack Chopin, but so what? Maybe Sosuke himself says he wouldn't be acting on instinct. Would instinct tell him that Chopin was in between him and his escape? Let's check the syringes. Hypodermic needles, probably not packing anything healthy. Sosuke better hope they were at least sanitized. I'm not sure Serra can treat an infection with gauze and rubbing alcohol alone. But those needles there... The design of these needles seem a little odd. Maybe those are the drugs that ihateus wanted to produce but couldn't because the bloodhounds didn't like that. Sorry, blue bloods. Well, someone's tell you sooner or later, so... They projectiles, load them into a gun and fire away. Sosuke was captured by men wielding needle guns. Projectile hypodermic needles recovered from the room where Sosuke was being held. The contents within matched the non-lethal anesthetics found in Sosuke's bloodstream at the time of his arrest, though other needles were found containing stimulants and drug commonly marketed as truth serums. Sorry, I'm like trying to piece together shit. Does Cyanus Security have any peacekeeping tools they'd like to disclose as having recently gone missing? You're cursing out the wrong pipe. Creek could find tools all on his own, and we're not that kind of operation. An operation where the right hand doesn't know what the left is doing. More like the right hand's been wasted. More like the right hand been washed, so if you have to handle some garbage, Cyanus is that legitimate. Why aren't all the bloods working legal jobs then? Not enough positions available. You gotta earn like hell to be considered for a job on this side of the fence. Creek and his pod weren't bringing in that kind of money. They liked Creek's pod where it was. Who's they? Upper management? That mask is a death sentence, crafted specifically for one very special customer. I'm just the one given the honor of hanging on to it until... And did upper management like Creek? I'm just a humble site manager, miss. I wouldn't know. Sure. So, do all these needles contain anesthetics? No, there's also stimulants and barbitocin? Oh my god, those are words. A depressant drug that loosens inhibitions and increases talkativeness. Wait, wasn't this the same drug from chapter 1 that they found in David's body? I feel like it was. Like the truth serum. You can get sued for selling it as such. It makes you talk, doesn't make you what you say the truth. So they wanted Sosuke talking, but what did they ask him? If your client can't remember, it isn't willing to recall. Or isn't willing to recall, there's really no one else alive who would know, yeah? They asked him shit like who's the president, no? I remember that much. Anything else other than the bat? Seems like no. Has all the blood been tested, Miss Han? Enough of it has. Besides Sosuke, who else would it belong to? That's a bit lazy, but it's not as if there's more here than the last time I visited. Sosuke really did lose a lot of blood. By the time he stumbled out of here, a stiff breeze should have been enough to knock him over. Is he really such a badass that he still managed to take out a police officer before he'd even noticed? It's not as if I feel nothing looking at someone else's handiwork, the product of their violence. But it's like an artificial sweetener, no complaints for the first instant. Then the aftertaste comes. Empty calories. I'll just be hungrier again later. Faster. Best to stay disciplined. I'm getting a headache, but it's not from anything sensory. I should know more about this crime scene than anyone. Why can't I piece it together? If I can't piece it together, the cops will never trace any of this back to me, right? So why do I feel so ill at ease? Okay, thanks for your patience, ladies. Did I miss anything? Nah. Oh. Would you have felt better if you had? You're a horny little geezer, London. I'm going to head out now, actually. I've got a long day tomorrow. You're going back to yourself then? Are you sure? I could get you a ride out of the neighborhood. I'm sure Miss Han here has already made sure that we'll both get out of here without any trouble. That is her company's area of expertise, isn't it? Of course. Well, at least let me walk you out. Sure, why not? Safe travels. Something sussy. Why don't we check the second floor? I mean, you could travel between the second floor, right? And the first floor. So there should be... We should have checked. Maybe the killer was hiding in the second floor the entire time. I don't know. So, detective, there's something you didn't want to talk about in front of the professionals at Sienna's security. Thanks for picking up on that. Reyes will be upset that you never checked in. Yeah, right after this, I will. This room, are we directly underneath the crime scene? Yes! Oh my god, I was so fucking right! Yep, same fire escape right there. Same type of window too. Has this room been scanned into the arcs? Yeah, but no one found anything noteworthy. Except Sienna's being sloppy. So what were you actually doing when you left Han and I back there? Something Han said earlier about how no true blood would wish harm on Krieg. No true blue, sorry. Her phrasing stood out to me. Because it implies the existence of false blue bloods. Because it reminded me of one of the first things I learned in this city. There are no monoliths. Megs, Orcas, City Hall, they're always factions. And among the blue bloods, the party lines are especially visible. So I made a call, not to Reyes, and confirmed some things. And I figure I owe you a little hint or two considering the tone of the last message I delivered. That message warned me not to be broadened to scope of my investigation. Getting hints from you might be self-defeating. Not these hints, trust me. So what faction did our pal Krieg belong to? The Youngbloods, opposite end of the compass from the old guard, the conservative blue blood leadership. All of them older than 70, some of them pushing higher than 90. Han said Krieg was too useful for everyone to want dead, but my sources don't agree. Krieg talked, said things aloud that others only whispered. Ambitious, charismatic, up and coming, and young. Could easily see him being very unpopular with all the wrong people in the old guard. That's interesting info, detective, but it doesn't exactly flip this case on its head. I already know who killed Krieg. The police have already decided it's Oscar. Learning that he had some occupational hazards will hardly convince the jury otherwise. My client's the one standing accused, and everyone already knows why blue bloods and Icarias would want to kill each other. Do you? They're rival gangs, they hate each other. Do you know why? It's the same reason all the blue blood leadership is ancient, while all their muscle made of orphans and delinquents. 30 years ago, the Icariah betrayed their peace with the blue bloods, started killing them. And they didn't stop for days. By the end of it, every single member of the leading blue blood families under the age of 40 was dead. Well, I can see how their kids would grow up to hate Icariah. Yeah, you're not getting it, Tiger. Their kids didn't grow up at all. If that's the case, how are the blue bloods still around? For one thing, the Icariah had bigger fish to fry. This was right before the Red Decade. They spent every second of the next 10 years positioning themselves so they could come out the other end of nobility. Second, that remained of the blue bloods found a new niche to fill, taking in delinquents furious at the country driven off a cliff by adults before they could even get a chance to vote. Whoa, this is also hitting home. Bluebirds swelled their ranks to new heights by looking out for the little guys during these years, in exchange for favors down the line. Lastly, and most importantly, they survived because they still had hope. You serious? I am. It's a powerful weapon. Hope for what? Hope that the Ihateus had missed one. That they fed the country. Hope that the promised heir would grow strong and return one day, a triumphant little lord with overflowing riches and overwhelming power. Sounds like a fairy tale. Those endure for a reason. Well, now you know. A warning to watch where you step isn't exactly worth much if you're fumbling around in the dark. Fairy tales and warnings. What's up? Huntsman! The huntsman! Oh, okay, so no, okay, I was stupid. So, I kept thinking that Sosuke might be the hound, the mask owner, but Sosuke is the hound, not the huntsman. Okay, wait. Let's try huntsman. Hey, did you or your pals in OC ever hear about some kind of blue blood hunter? Like a bounty hunter? Or a huntsman maybe? Where did you hear that? Sosuke thinks he might have overheard talk or something like that while he was in captivity. Does it mean anything? Nope. I don't like the hesitation there, detective. Just an urban legend. I would have said the same thing about unlisted before this afternoon, and yet... Fair enough. If you see a huntsman and live to tell the tale, I'll buy you so many lotto tickets as you want. What about the Red Hood? You ever pay attention to any of this graffiti down here? Scrawlings about Lobo and the cyberpunk and HBK increasingly. I haven't seen that myself, was gonna say Red Hood. Why are you asking? You feel a chill down your spine? Bah! Except for HBK, that's all old news, ghost stories and campfire tales. There are a lot of campsites around here. Lots of places to start fires. But Red Hood, haven't heard that in who knows how long, it's one of the oldest. Rough story. It's based on a real event. Nothing worth recounting. I'll take your word for it. But what's gotten into you that you're feeling all superstitious? Guilty conscience? Girl is not guilty. No, she is guilty, but she has no conscience over it. You mean about working with the mafia? A psychologist would call that projecting. Ouch. Too far. Nah, didn't feel a thing. I don't know why I asked that really. Guess I just had an odd feeling all day. Like deja vu. You've been here before? No, I hate that feeling. It's whatever the opposite of that would be. The unnerving certainty that you're in uncharted waters. Scary stuff. Finally, we're moving out. Jesus, we've been here for 2.5 hours. Morgan's apartment. Okay. Ihateus, Blue Blood, Mags, Orcas, dirty cops and criminal informants. Lines drawn back and forth across the battlefield like a spider's suspension bridge. Dizzying in its complexity, frail along any given strand. But one wrong move and you're completely ensnared. Priorities. The Ihateus don't care about who stole through Krieg's gang, but they would prefer Sosuke doesn't spend life in prison for killing a cop. The Blue Bloods want to tear Sosuke's throat out, but if Han's taken at her word, they're settling for 5 counts of murder. Can I take Han at her word? Is she a young blood like Krieg, or is she with the old guard? Could I have asked London that? If I had, could I have trusted his answer? Because it turns out Quasim London is much harder to read than I anticipated. And I can't even trust my client to act in his own self-interest. The man's a bodyguard by trade and a zealot for his house. The trial starts tomorrow. Do I still need more information? Is there time to find it? No, what I need right now is a nightcap. If I can't fall asleep, then I'll know when I'm in trouble. Then I know I'm in trouble. Until then, guess sleep will have to wait. It's unlocked. Oh! Pardon me for dropping in at such a late hour, Counselor Morgan. Is Standing there in my doorway, she cut through the light like a blade of spilled ink. But twice as sharp and not nearly as familiar. It is outside of normal constellation hours, miss. She purses her lips, like lily petals shying away from the moonlight. Who's this lady? What's a smirk by any other name? Please call me Mireille. Any last name, Mireille? The question floats in the air like curling cigarette smoke. I could tell she was used to the smell. I leave that up to your imagination. Self-assured and unapologetic, the unspoken family name loud as a signature. Written in blood. You're from House Icaria. Might I step inside? She blinks. Her head turns a millimeter. Forked tongue testing the temperature of the air. She wasn't asking for permission. Just you? What about your friends in the hallway? She raises an eyebrow but keeps staring at the floor. She's surprised at my perception of the unseen threat, but not quite impressed. What is happening? I didn't think they need to join us, do they? She was the kind of woman to make you remember. Smoking could kill. Whoa! Me smell! Okay, no wait, 162 centimeters, October the 1st, A+, okay, representative, okay, probably of House Icaria, like sipping alcohol, rubbing alcohol, arachnids, dislikes sunrises, black tea, photographers, favorite smell, dojo floors, the best at making use of people, the worst at hiding my distaste. Wait, she has such strange piercings, like it's under her cheek. Oh my, she's so pretty! Sorry. How can I be of service, Mireille? You're already being quite accommodating, both to me and my family's interest. Why is the smoke like that? Like, it's so ugly. Is that supposed to be like that, or is that a bug? You know what? I'm gonna save and see. No, that should be her coat. Let me... yes? Oh, that's some insanely weird bug. I don't think that should be like that. I came here tonight to be of service to you. I understand that you're somewhat new to this underworld of ours. I'm grateful for the offer, Mireille. But inexperienced as I am, I've gathered that House Icaria didn't came into its fortune by being generous. Would you like to know how House Icaria did come into its fortune? I know you operate a lending corporation with a significantly diversified portfolio. Yes, the good old IFG, the public face of the Icaria criminal empire, clean-shaven as it's become. And I know you founded a pharmaceutical company and profited immensely when it went public. And before that, I know your family became nobility during the years of civil unrest, no doubt by being well positioned when the time came to re-privatize our nation's industries. Yes. I don't like this bug. I think it's a bug. It feels weird. And before that, I know you slaughtered the Blue Bloods 30 years ago. Very good, Councillor Morgan. You've acclimated to our waters remarkably fast. What I don't know is why Makoto Icaria has been the target of multiple kidnapping attempts over the past year. You can't fathom a guess as to why the Blue Bloods might want to ransom the family's heir. That's the only guess I can make. It strikes me as shallow. Nothing more dangerous than waters you don't know the depths of. As you said, 30 years ago, the Ihateus cartel, an unorganizable band of brutes and drug smugglers compared to today, massacred the respectable blue bloods and left their geriatric leadership to die on the vine. But we trust the knife much deeper than that. You went after their heirs and their entire future. Are you familiar with genetic factor authentication? Using DNA as a password. Blood specifically, easier than memorizing a string 3 billion character long. But GFA's fallen out of favor, hasn't it? The Blue Bloods made ample use of it back then. A bad bet. They already had all their offshore accounts, business ties, property deeds. The Blue Bloods thought they had already won, that they were establishing a dynasty. So, as they made the political marriages, they bound their alliances and fortunes in literal blood. GFA was both a financial and symbolic laundering of the Blue Bloods' past. Their children, now married, clean-cut, and perfectly respectable, would prosper alongside wealth no longer tainted by ill-gotten gains. So the GFA registry became the Ihateus checklist. We went through and crossed out anyone that could have accessed those funds. Now all of it sits untouchable overseas in encrypted digital warehouses and some of the oldest, most austere banks in the world, collecting interest that will never be claimed. Does that answer your question as to why they target Makoto? No, and you know it doesn't. Because if they thought they could lock you out of your coffers by killing Makoto, they wouldn't be trying to take him alive. You're paying attention. I like that. We don't use GFA, and Makoto is the heir to House Ihateus, to the Ihateus financial group. He'd never be tied to our legitimate banking information. Why not? What if he wants to buy a lollipop? A lollipop would be provided for him. The family's black market proceeds, and its white market's holding must never mix. You divided your heist right down the middle. Pardon the expression, but how can you stand? So she is the head of the white side? Probably. Maybe. Atop the banks of many. And you all take this division that seriously? Deadly seriously, that is our family's rule dating back centuries. Either you serve the house or you serve its interest, never both. So you're assigned to either the criminal organization what's registered as the IFG, or to managing the family's legitimate business holdings like Renegen. But that means you are nearly as much of an outsider to the Ihateus financial group as you are. Nearly is doing a lot of work there. What do you answer to then? Who controls the Ihateus' legitimate empire? Until Makoto marries his mother. And I take it Makoto isn't solely responsible for the house's affairs at his age. Makoto wields great authority as the heir, but yes, the house is led by his father, Raphael, and more directly by his grandfather. Oh my god, the Icos wielding motherfucker! The patriarch, Daisuke Ihateus. I see. But that puts me back where I started. The Blue Bloods want to hold Makoto hostage to gain leverage on the likes of Daisuke. How can I put this? Had things gone even slightly different 30 years ago, the Blue Bloods would be the ones shaking hands with politicians, marrying ambassadors, and sitting in boardrooms. Some of them believe it can still be so, if the right match were made. They want to marry into House Ihateus. But Makoto's and all the real Blue Bloods are older than... They find an age-appropriate adoption, you're missing the point. They need Makoto alive and well to negotiate that kind of reversal for... Oh! So that's why there's so many, like... young fuckers. So they've been trying to capture him for the past year. But every Blue Blood I met today seemed to care a lot more about getting revenge for their dead man than kidnapping a preteen. How many of them do you think Sosuke's got down in the last year he spent repelling their attempts? Is that a source of internal conflict? If the old guard are throwing young bloods into an ihateus shredder en masse trying to capture Makoto just to elevate themselves, I suppose that all might total up to enough motivation for them to torture Sosuke, yeah. I had heard Sosuke was wounded. No one informed me that he had been tortured. You know he might take it? As you've gathered, Sosuke deals in matters unrelated to my side of the family, but he is still family. Speaking of my side, I have a duty as a representative of my wing of the house to stress that we do not want this trial to be prolonged. So the bean counters don't care for the extra attention, that makes sense. Do you care about the outcome? A win is always preferable, but not necessary. Makoto Ikaria hired me to prove Sosuke's innocence. If he's the one signing the checks, did he say why he hired you? He hired you for 2 reasons. Reason 1, his options are limited, more limited than he suggested, no doubt, to keep a strong front. The entire house is currently being audited by the state. Our usual legion of lawyers and accountants are already billing hours as fast as they can, so he wouldn't have his pick of the litter. So one half of the family can't talk business and the dinner table with the other half, but you share a pool of lawyers. Lawyers can be trusted to be discreet, can they not? Yeah, we can read between the lines. So then you'll understand reason 2. Whatever lawyer he did find through the Ikaria usual connection Whatever lawyer he did find through the Ikaria usual connections would, like me, do whatever's best for the house as a whole, and not what's the best for Sosuke. I'll make an amendment. 3 reasons. Makoto knew that if he didn't assign him any lawyer, Sosuke would just stay silent as the state dragged him off to the chain, rather than inconvenience the house any further. Well, yeah, I've known Sosuke for less than a day, and even I can tell he's never seen a cross he wouldn't jump at the opportunity to wear. That explains why Makoto would hire someone without connections to the Ikaria. You slow-rolling another addendum that'll clear up why on earth my name came across his desk? Littered with crayons and timed stables, and I'm sure it was. I hope I've been able to elucidate matters for you, Counselor Morgan. Masterful is subtle way to say we're done talking. Now I might ask you a small favor in return. Pass this message to Sosuke. If you see a way out, take it. Do you understand what you're asking him to do? Even if Sosuke took a plea bargain, even if I somehow got the other charges reduced to manslaughter, self-defense, the state thinks he killed a cop. The message is for Sosuke, not you. For interpretations of it is irrelevant. Your interpretation. End of conversation. As she reaches the exit, she turns back to look at me, lingering in the doorway like the warm buzz of a strong, dark cocktail. But your assessment is correct. If this were just for dead blue bloods, our dim little underworld could balance out the ledger unassisted. If that cop hadn't shown up last night. Do you think something about the late Officer Chopin? Do you know anything? City's mourning other death of City Councilman beloved adoptive son in the line of duty. All I know is that his funeral dirge will make those 4 boys' death sound like a disinterest sigh. By the way, I must admit you have a lovely apartment, Counselor. Changing subject as softly as a bullet train hopping in tracks. Quite spacious for a defense attorney. Yeah, place wouldn't sell after the tram route got diverted. I negotiated down the rent and then installed all the soundproofing myself. Can't open the windows without being treated to the sound of the city then. There's always a cost. That's one mystery solved then, isn't it? Enjoy the rest of your quiet evening, Counselor. The door glides to the close behind her, easy as a question left unasked. I'm left here, hanging on a single-held breath of stillness, listening as the deafened thud of her honored guard's implied violence stomps down the hallway behind her. I have no idea what just happened. I genuinely have no idea what just happened, but I know that I gotta save. No. Save, I said. I was still leaned back in my chair, staring holes into my ceiling long after the scent of her expensive tobacco had faded into null. Savoring it while it lasted was beyond me at the moment, my attentions elsewhere. This case is knotted and twisted like a gnarled oak, just when I think I found my rhythm. The blade runs dull. Carving is an exercise in patience and vision. You need to start with a clear picture of what you want. I want some answers. But for now, I sleep. Tomorrow in court, I'll just have to keep whittling away at the wood until I fashion something halfway unstable. Unusable, Jesus. And, well, if that doesn't work, I'll use a chainsaw. But like... So it's probably not the Icos with the motherfucker that killed them. Hey, cool kid. Yes, you, trying to look all stoic staring out the window. Little late to try and look detached after that thing you pulled the other day. So that wasn't a joke, making that announcement in front of the class. You trying to start a detective club or something? What mysteries? Disappearing cleanup supplies? Books not getting returned to the library? Sounds lame. Well, not like that's your fault. Everything's lame. Good luck finding members. Everyone around here already knows what they're gonna do after school. And tomorrow and next year, they're all staring down the barrel of a lucrative career in telling other companies how to provide web services or whatever the hell this school's supposed to train us for. A lawyer, if you say so, cool kid. If you say so, cool kid. Sorry, it's really hard to read. The megs will probably have robots doing that by the time you graduate, but sure. Law school's supposed to be hard to get into. You need a record that doesn't suck. Getting the club you started shut down because you couldn't get anyone to join probably won't help. Wow, so confident. You really are a cool kid. I don't know what this was. Okay, it's the next day. Oh, we're already in the state building. Should I? No, actually, I'm gonna run for 1 more hour at least. Floor 48. Morgan, please, this is... Hold still and relax. This will be over soon. I thought you were joking about the makeup. Of course I wasn't joking. A face like yours is invaluable in the courtroom. And you think covering me in concealer and blush and applying eyeliner will help me appeal to what demographic exactly? You know the names of all this stuff. I'm a modern man. I know the names of many things, including makeup. Oh my god! What a little cunty. I mean, he does look really hot. Is that your eyebrow gel? Yes? It's cakey. Do you want to do the rest? I mean, we already know that London likes mascara, so we shouldn't fucking say anything, okay? I think some of the jury might find that his wounds make him look rugged. And furthermore, from an aesthetic perspective, leaving some of his buttons undone will... Excuse me? You're clearly a very devoted martial artist, Sosuke. You should be proud to display your well-defined collarbone as the fruit of your efforts. Oh my god, stop! Stop! Wait, I wanna check something I just remembered. Where was it? Yeah, I read that right. I was curious if I read it correctly. Just hold still. Appearances matter in the courtroom. 95% of defendants who are ever seen in prison garb at trial are found guilty. I don't doubt your tactics work, Morgan. My tactics include getting your suit pressed. Do you want me to wrinkle it back up? I just find them unpalatable. He looks so cunty. Trying to get the jury, these civilians, to pity me, it's shameful. You're worried about honor, really? You're already a cybernetic ninja, Sosuke. Don't be a stereotype. Don't calling other people stereotypes. He's right, Adonai. And he's more of a cybernetic samurai since he's sworn himself to a wealthy landowning noble. Just drag him across the floor, wouldn't you? Like hurt his pride more. I'm confused, Sosuke. Is it honorable how your family makes their money? Made their money? I'm not talking about morality, I'm talking about having principles. Yes, they're subjective and yes, they can be hypocritical. But the further you stray from the common path, the more you need them. I mean, what about her? What would Serra be like if she didn't have tenets to guide her programming? Yeah, Serra! How would you be like? I can only imagine. But some people, believe it or not, enjoy their freedoms. Adrift in the middle of the ocean, you're free to go in whatever direction you want. But without a compass, you'll just die of exposure. If you only ever follow exactly what the compass says, you'll sail north until you freeze to death. The point is, if you have a compass, you know which direction north is. Fortunate for us all, then, that the state is a 1,000,000 megawatt North Star pointing towards complacency at all times. And the media is like the wind, and without the wind, you'll get stuck in the tide. What is this conversation about again? It was a nice try, Serra. Forget it. Do whatever you want with your brushes, woman. And you're plotting again. Great. Serra, just keep him talking. What? If I'm talking, how will you? Trust me, I've done more delicate work before. Serra, small talk. Gladly, Adonai. Ooh, okay. Okay. You know what? I'm just gonna say it. So, why do you no makeup? Lift your chin. You really think they'll feel bad for me because of some cuts and scrapes? You're not good at listening to instructions, are you? The prosecution has to get 12 strangers to agree that you killed 5 men. Each charge has to be unanimous, a perfect score. So any cheap damage we can do, any doubt we can sow, we take it. And any advantage we're given, we make full use of it. But the advantage you're talking about is my face. Are you really not used to this kind of attention, Sosuke? Look, it may be true that at times some women have expressed, and men, no doubt. Oh, damn! Let's go, Serra! Serra said, I saw gay, so I say gay. Hell yeah! All I'm saying is that there's a difference between knowing your strengths and powdering up like this. Bend over! Bend over! Pretend it's war paint. Is that how you see it? No, but I'm a grown-up. Tattoos. Sosuke, do you happen to have any tattoos? Are the jury going to ask about that or something? They might. Oh. Well, yes, as a matter of fact, I do have a tattoo. A Komainu on my back. What is a Komainu? A Komainu. Oh, it's that. It's those dog statues. Okay. Komainu, a guardian dog. You have a tattoo of a dog. It's a fierce guardian deity. Like a Labrador or... like a great, fierce... a big dog! Perhaps you should have it changed to some other designs, like, say... like a dragon! Like a dragon! Oh my god! Yakuza Mesh! Tsunaoni, I love you! Todoke o kitto you love me! Tsutada-san! Oh my god, this game is just full of references! Oh my god! There's no switching. The buyer's remorse must be unbearable. There's no buyer's remorse. Thank you for entertaining my questions last night, Sosuke. Did she ask you about your dimensions? The subjects might have came up. She's a talkative one, isn't she? Sorry if she kept you up all night. No, she's not trouble, just curious. Reminds me of... we discussed history. Oh, well then, she must have put you right to sleep. Adonai, it was his choice of subject. So you read history, Sosuke? Here I assume you spend all the free time frowning in the corners of rooms with your arms crossed. He thought about the Roman Empire for your information, of course! And the criminal empires. Nothing too detailed, I hope. But Sosuke, I still don't understand. What did you mean when you said criminal organizations used to be structured differently? Only that the old ways don't fit in our new 21st century world. Old ways? Well, he's talking about race, Serra. Race? I don't understand. Well, that's to be expected. After all, you share 98% of your components with a washing machine. That is an untrue and unflattering comparison. Maybe you do get it. Look, Serra, names like Mafia, Gokudo, Sanhei, Hui, they all came from different cultures, but they all refer to the kind of path. An outsider's path and the pride that comes with living by your own set of rules. Those were the first criminal organization. Underground guilds, lending systems, militia, secret societies. Oh sure, they were basically just big friendly charities. Then the world got smaller and people started moving around and the mafia changed. It became a way for immigrants to band together to have some kind of power in places that wouldn't give them a chance of anything remotely respectable. But the world kept getting smaller and more complex, and eventually the kind of community couldn't form, let alone survive. Why? Not enough shared experiences. Shared experiences, I see. Fancy way of saying the internet came along. Well, yes, technology negated the physical distances between people. When you spend most of your time online, you end up with more in common with people of the other side of the planet than your own neighbors. Just because of where your recommendations take you. So the immigrant experience disappeared? Fractured, more like cracked into a million shards with a hammer. While generational or economic experiences got cemented, the world is more diverse and varied than it's ever been in every sense. Except economically. Wealth inequality is at historical highs, sorry. As it has been every year since before I was born. To answer your question, Serra, that's what binds the members of criminal organizations to one another, their socioeconomic status. House Ikari is at the top, the Blue Bloods lie below us. Within each organization, wealth is concentrated among the leadership, of course, but each mafia exists in entirely different strata. I see. I've also read about an organization called the Rust being active here in the city. Are they in the poverty class then? The Rust? I put them in the anarchy class. Glowing tattoos and spiked hair, chrome biceps and sharpened teeth. The Blue Bloods, for all their faults, can put on a tie and go to work, but I can't see the Rust experiencing any kind of social mobility. Careful, Sosuke, if the Rust heard you being that classes. The Rust wouldn't care about anything I said or who I stand with. They don't need any excuse to start ripping open mothers and grabbing whatever they can. Things like that happen in this city? Only in the shadows, Serra. Nowhere you'd ever find yourself. Final run out of steam. On to the grim business then. How things go with your investigation? That bad, was it? Nonsense! It was pretty bad. With what I've seen so far, there's no one else who could have killed Chopin. Even if I managed to pick apart all the evidence for the pod's death. They've got a police officer who will swear on the stand that he arrested Sosuke standing over his partner's dead body. What is it going to look like in there? You've never been inside a courtroom? Never as a defendant? I'm just wondering how many cops I should expect. In the gallery, a sea of blue. Cheap intimidation tactics. Yes, but I can't fault them for that. We'd line up much the same for one of ours. You say that, and yet I don't see any other Ikari around. This is a completely different scenario. Oh my god, bro was abandoned. Sad vet kicked puppy. And the house can't afford to appear besides a cop killer when they're being audited by the state. How understanding of you. Adane, I think Sosuke is sad that his friends didn't show up. Good catch. You were hired by Makoto of House Ikaria, weren't you, Adane? Surely he would want to be in attendance. Don't be absurd. Makoto shouldn't be transported anywhere without a full security team. Besides which, he shouldn't be put through the long elevator ride to this 48th floor just for my sake. Bro is already here. He's already here. What's so bad about an elevator ride? Is he claustrophobic? No, that is, yes, but you cannot tell anyone, understand? Who the hell would I tell that to? Alright. Look, it's illegal to stream trial proceeds under most circumstances, but I'm sure House Ikaria doesn't mind paying a fine. They'll be watching from somewhere in the courtroom. That would be a waste of the house's coin. But I suppose they might consider keeping an eye on the case's progression. As will the Blue Bloods, no doubt. Adane, I think Sosuke's spirits have rallied. Really? How can you tell? Makoto is here. No, it's Emma! Emma! Hi! I miss you. He lifted his gaze and his eyes seemed brighter as if... Good, now try and keep his spirit high. How do I do that? Think of something fun. Right. Sosuke, shall we arm wrestle? Damn, I love you, Serra. Oh. Good morning, Morgan. Good morning, Emma. You seem tired. Want to push this off till next week? Actually, that sounds... Hey. Sorry. But we'll be facing off soon enough. Why not savor the playfulness while we still can? Fair enough. Losing sleep over this case? Not really, no. Things look pretty cut and dry to me. What about you? You toss and turn all night before your big debut as a mob lawyer? Not at all, I slept like a rock. Lucky. I mean, I've been getting good rest more or less, just been having a lot of late nights recently. Why did the music cut off? Oh, never mind. Late nights? Like going out? No. Just late night chats. Oh my god! She's jealous! She's jealous! She's jealous! She's jealous! She's jealous! Doom duty! Doom duty! Doom duty! Doom duty! Chatting about what? God, look at all of them. Never seen so many cops in one building. They'd bring a marching band into the courtroom if they could. Theater. Right. Well, theater and trial weren't all that far apart back in ancient Greece, Jesus. Could hope it progressed since then. You don't approve of this show of force, I take it? Is it that obvious? I like to say this because of who Shopping's family is, but we both know that's not what this is really about. A cop is dead, the state wants to make it clear that this isn't tolerated. Cops volunteer to defend our laws and protect us citizens. Volunteers don't get paid. Besides cops, courts, the state, all they can do is enforce the laws, not defend them. Guns and arms can defend against corrosion anyway. Rot comes from the deep. So you'd rather that the death of a police officer get the same treatment as any other citizen? Suppose that's not possible. They get increasingly fewer chances to play the victim every year and they never let the opportunity pass. No, I guess the best I could hope for is that the state makes the same show of force whenever any crime is committed. If they treated every death like the death of a cop, maybe I could have called HBK by now. You're still on that? Of course, shooting deaths are down, but do you know how many missing person cases there are in this city? How many deaths get written up as moth harvesting attacks gone wrong? It's a big city, Morgan. More than enough blood running through the streets for HBK to launder their skills in. Nah, you shouldn't joke like that. What, you don't believe me? Just last month, missing person. The report was filed by their employer when they didn't show up at work 7 days after they had last been seen by anyone. They were just some part-time worker, no close friends, no family. They went to work and then they came home, paid their bills, and they disappeared. And no one cared or even noticed until their job didn't get done and those bills went unpaid. No one noticed until they stopped buying in. The body was found a full 2 weeks later. The decay was... What happened to them? Blunt force to the back of the head. Something metallic with a sharp corner, we think. It was a roughly cubed machine part I pulled from a dumpster nearby. It fit snugly in my hand and it caved through his skull like a shovel through snow. Kicked into the bay. Might not even have been weighted down. Just thrown away like a cheap... That's terrible. Did you find any belongings on them? No. So probably a mugging then, right? No, there would have been other injuries from a struggle. And the thief who accidentally committed murder would be too panicked to terrify too. You know how muggers think now? I can learn how anyone thinks. Even HBK with a robust enough profile. Well, good luck building it all by your lonesome. I'm not working on this by myself. Ah, sorry, right. Did you want to beg for mercy real quickly before we begin? No, where would the fun be in that? Who is she working with? Oh my god, Morgan's gonna get jealous! I just know it. Alright, courtroom 48D. The courtroom gallery is quite full today, isn't it? Awash in a sea of pissed off cops. It doesn't exactly shore up one's confidence, does it? 5 counts of murder would be no newsworthy any day of the week. Adding the fact that one of the bodies belonged to a cop and the crowd was to be expected. Didn't think they'd be so quiet though. Maybe they're all just waiting for the firing pistol before they start casting their stones. Don't let it get to you, Sosuke. They're just posturing. Posturing, I understand. I've been in attendance for my shares of tense negotiations. But the bloodlust in those rooms was always mutual. You don't feel any animosity towards these cops? I'm used to summoning my temper on command. I might have forgotten how to get angry for my own sake. Oh my god. You just worry about the jury. What about the adjutant? Oh my god! It's the baby girl! Let's fucking go! It's 80! They cannot be intimidated by muscle bride. They cannot be intimidated by muscle bride with cash or disarmed with fine tailoring. All of which makes them quite covered when it comes to prosecuting organized crime. Have you been in a court many times before then? It's an eye for an eye in the world of operating. We don't file assault charges, we just answer them. Though even that has become rare. The house is elevated. Blue bloods and rust and all the rest of the rubble. We're beyond their reach now. And when it comes to our peers, we communicate very differently. Must make being a bodyguard pretty boring. I think your work sounds very rewarding and exciting, Sosuke. Thank you. Especially the other day when you were captured by and beaten by your rivals. Yes. What I was trying to hint at, Morgan, is that you should not be expecting assistance from the house. Honestly, that thought hadn't crossed my mind. Being on the winning side for once, what the hell would that even feel like? So there won't be any man in black approaching the jury during lunch and offering them paper bags of cash? No. Well, if we do really bad, we won't even make it to lunch, so... Sosuke, what are you staring at? Are you looking for the jury? No, I know they aren't here. It used to be mandated that juries be physically present for court proceedings. People felt it was important that they look the accused in the eye. To help them evaluate their character? Why bother? Most people suck at that, always have. True. Perhaps it was considered part of the punishment then. To have to look them in their eyes. A punishment for the jury or the defendant. Alright kiddos, chins up, shoulders out. Show's about to start. Ah, I just remembered. Do you think the adjutant assigned to this particular case? Obviously, it's gonna be me. Obviously. AD! Hello! It's been so long, girl. I mean, that's a gimme. Easy. How? It's 80. What are the chances? September the 2nd. Jesus, I forgot how tall and heavy she is. Not because, you know, it's an robot chat. Automated dependent adjutant likes mountain air, gymnasts, luxury. Dislikes happy couples who ask you to take their photo. Pineapple on pizza until proven guilty. Hell yeah! Shopping cart, always return. Favorite quote, let he who is without sin play first or draw first. What is that from? Because it's a Bible verse. Let he who's without sin play first or draw first. Yeah, they already show me the Bible verse. I don't know where exactly is this one from though. Because the judge let he who is without sin cast the first stone. Kinda label. There should be at least 83 other personalities in the building network. At least. Well, Your Honor, thank you for presiding so honorably. I do try. Cause it's a trial. Tougher crowd than usual. And that's not counting all the green monoliths standing tall out there in the gallery. Who died? 5 people, Your Honor. Yikes! What's the damage? 2 counts of manslaughter, 2 counts of homicide in the 2nd degree, and 1 count of homicide in the 1st degree. Buddy, you're trying to set a gold split with all that? What's with the record-setting grind set? The prosecutor stands ready. So shall we begin? Oh god, I'm scared. I gotta save soon. Your credit's always good here. Court is now in session. Oh my god, I'm terrified. What? Let me save. Now, let's crack open those opening statements and get this case summarized. Gladly, Your Honor. People of the court, the defendant in this case is a man named Ikaria. He was found at the scene of the crime where 2 men were shot to death. One was stabbed in the neck, the other one had their skull bashed in, and the police officer was impaled through the back with a sword. Cop-killing piece of shit! Please pardon any outbursts from the gallery that your mics may inadvertently pick up. Now, I understand that the scale of violence on display here today may intimidate you, but I want to stress to all of you now that your responsibilities here today is neither taxing nor complex. You will hear testimony, you will be shown evidence, and all of it will point towards the truth, that the defendant is the only individual who could have possibly committed these crimes. That is a simple fact, and the only one you need concern yourself with. Ooh, she's as cold as ice. But every ice age beckons a kindling. For as ashes call the cinders and embers from champions. Defense is ready, Your Honor. Emma did stick the cold logic, so if I follow her with more of the same, it will end up falling flat. This gallery will never warm up to us. But that can work to our advantage if the jury comes to see these cops as witch hunters eager to start a pyre. It's not like monsters never taught me anything. Masters, not monsters. I know how to do the razzle-dazzle. My fellow citizens, you were brought here today because of an act of violence took place that could only be described as wild, bloody, unmistakable. Wild, I guess? Wild. I should know. I was there. I saw the blood on the ground, the bullets' holes in the walls, felt the malevolence, unease, horror. Horror? Felt the horror that radiated in the air. And I also saw where my client was held prisoner. And I knew exactly where he must have stood, because his sweat and blood had stained the tile. My client, a decorated veteran, the man you see standing next to me here, not even fully healed from his trauma ordeal torture. Ooh, we should press it. We should press it. From his torture, was stolen into police custody with lacerations, bruises, internal bleeding, broken bones. And while he was in police custody, he somehow sustained a black eye, a busted lip, a broken nose, and a boxed ear. A puzzle which I'm sure any one of the officers in the gallery today would be happy to testify about. Is this a skort or a stand-up comedy? Come on, we gotta rile the masses up! I mean, technically he's a veteran. He did say that he was in the military, so that was a smart move. I'm gonna let her say that! You gotta let her say that! You want me to object during the opening statement? Much is resting on the outcome of this trial. 5 men lie dead in the morgue. One of them, a police officer, Tariq. Don't speak his name, you mob lawyer, bitch! Hang him up! Jesus Christ, this is Republican America. Hang her too! This is... Hey, we like to have fun in this courtroom. Put on a good show. But that's because we're on a stage. Any more outbursts from the gallery and I'll clear the entire room. You can all watch the rest of your phones or peek in through the keyhole like a bunch of sweaty looky-loos. Counselor, let's wrap this up. Yes, Your Honor. The fact that the matter is, on that night, my client was not in any condition to kill anyone. Not 4 hardened criminals, and certainly not a trained police officer. And nothing about my client's background, his associations, or that of the victims can change that fact. So, as you listen to all the evidence in this trial, with fairness and impartiality as I know you will strive to, I only ask that you focus on the reality of this horrible crime and not on the fiction that the people will try to weave for you. Thank you. Decorated veteran? You're telling me you never earned a single commendation? Most push-ups of the day or something? Never mind, I suppose it could have gone much worse. You're too kind. I was trying to be honest. The crowd got agitated, but you maintained a level head and recovered your tempo. Adonai is the master of doing so. I've seen her make comebacks from the most non-essential mistakes before. Nonsensical, sorry. In martial arts, they call it an ukemi, a graceful fall. That is basically correct. Well, try not to gracefully fall over when you see the first witness to the docket, Sosuke. What do you mean by that? Oh, they're gonna call the cop, aren't they? Your name and occupation for the record? Oh, never mind, it's Makoto! Never mind, it's a fucking child! How can that be necessary? If some blathering idiot in the courtroom doesn't already know who I am, they don't deserve... I know, but would you consider it if only for the sake of ceremony? Ceremony. An important one should be respected. Very well. I am Makoto Ikaria of House Ikaria. My occupation is that of the student. Try not to look so smug about it when you blatantly lie. Right, of course, and your position with the Ikaria Financial Group? It's not salaried. Must I really declare it here? Hard to imagine why the noble house of Ikaria is getting audited. Sosuke, are you alright? Can he see us? He can see me, Rockford, and the adjutant. Witnesses tell testifying don't really need much else. So he's safe? Yes, Sosuke, he's safe, like he was yesterday. Probably sitting right where I left him, or standing on a box. I think the hologram's given him a boost so he can see over the stand. That's good. The boost to his height? That he's safe at home. I'm sorry that he can't see you, Sosuke. Don't be. After how horribly I failed him, I'd like you to speak a bit about the events of August 13th. About the last time you saw the defendant, Sosuke Ikaria. I'm here today, not physically, but here nonetheless, as a courtesy. That does not mean I will flap my gums like some sort of flapping gum puppet. Permission to treat the witness as hostile incoming. Emma Rockford raking a spoiled brat over the coals. This almost be worth the price of admission alone. I understand it was a traumatic experience, I'm sure. Anyone of normal upbringing would barely be able to recall a single detail, let alone the day's full events. Normal upbringing? I should probably dismiss you so you can get back to your summer studies. Summer studies? Like some common wave? Wave? That's quite the vocab pull. I didn't know you taught that in State Basic. They taught that in State Basic. Basic? Was I mistaken? Listen well, Madame Rockford, as I demonstrate to you exactly how misguided you are about my powers of retention. Please do. Played like a damn fiddle. Why wasn't she mentioned during any of our trial preparation? Emma, February 13, 165, no wait, blood type O positive, assistant district attorney. I thought he was... Oh, I didn't know that she was assistant district attorney. I thought she was just straight up the DA. Likes art museums, amethysts, turn-based RPGs, hell yeah! Dislikes ballrooms, boardrooms, clicks. Favorite quote, flower in the mirror, moon on the water. Favorite subject, psychology, exercise by subjects seem not to hear the question. Exercises by. Adonai has only won against her once. So far, every hot streak starts somewhere. Hot streak? I really am going to prison, aren't I? Dog, look at my lawyer, I'm going to jail. Where shall I start? As far back as you can. A simple task. For the past year, members of the organization most commonly referred to as the Blue Blood Mafia have been making attempts on my life. Did you steal their lunch money or something? I am the primary beneficiary of my grandfather Dyingisgay's will. In common parlance, I am the sole heir to the cupcakkeah financial group. You could buy so much lunch. The group you know as the Blue Bloods have been jealous of my family's financial foresight for decades. I married the most recent target of their impotent attempts to nip at our heels. And 2 days ago on August 13th, how impotent was their attempt then? I was leaving a meeting held on the upper floors of Crane Tower. My security detail escorted me to the elevators where we would then proceed down to their canopy access floors. This was all planned out in advance by my head of security, cupcakkeah. But the elevator became stuck with unnatural timing. When Sosuke parried the doors open, we saw that we were stuck between the 62nd and 61st floors. Pried open with a tool. Leading the witness, Your Honor. I didn't need tool to open the doors. His bare hands were more than sufficient. Help Sosuke out there, kid. Out here, kid. We submitted to evidence the defendant's Akita Type 2 military-grade spinal mod, designed to enhance strength, endurance, and reflexes for high-intensity combat scenarios. Yes, sir! It is so admitted! What happened next? The decision was made that we would crawl out onto the 61st floor and head for the service elevators. But once Sosuke and I exited, the elevator started up. It was a trap. We had been cut off from the rest of my detail. You were isolated and defenseless. That must have been... Ha! Hardly defenseless. You really think my personal head of security wouldn't be armed? He had Yoru. Of course his fucking sword is named Darkness. Oh my god, you guys are so cringe. Go back to 8th grade. Don't tell me. You named your sword? All great swords have names. Thank you, Serra. Very well put. Let the record show that the witness has identified Exhibit B3 as belonging to the defendant. It's called Yoru. Identified by Makoto as Sosuke's special sword Yoru, taken along with Sosuke down to the lower wards following the ambush of Makoto. This sword has recovered by the police in a known blue blood den in the lower wards, found impaled into the body of Tariq Chopin. I don't know how to pronounce that name. And forensics had shown that the only fingerprints on it are those of the defendant. There's still time for you to disown it, Soska. You understand nothing about the swordsman's heart, Adonai. Once again, it is your paralegal that has the right of it. Perhaps she should be leading my defense. If this somehow turns into a fancy competition, I'll gladly defer to you two. So you, Sosuke, and Yoru were on the 61st floor together. What happened next? We arrived at the service elevator, Sosuke called them, and then they made a chime. Who doesn't love an 8th grade syndrome character? Real. Weebs. Fucking weebs. And I didn't clearly see much of what happened next, to tell the truth. Never mind, they're otakus because they're Japanese. Figures emerged from around the corners. They were aiming weapons at me. A red dot shone on my chest. And then Sosuke was there and the needle was sticking out of his arm. Yoru glinted. Sosuke had drawn it in the blink of an eye. Something glanced of it and dropped to the floor. I saw a syringe at my feet. Yoru's sheet was thrust into my arms, pushing me back into the elevator, and I landed on my rear. That's clearly a key piece of testimony. Let's play it back 5 times! What matters is he pushed me back into the elevator with Yoru's sheet. How I landed is irrelevant and should be stricken from all public records. The only other thing I saw was Sosuke's back. He slammed his hand against the elevator control panel and then the door shut. That's the last time you saw the defendant. The decision was made that I should get on the VTOL and as soon as possible. But much of my details stayed behind the set to assess what had happened. Yes, they were very helpful to building security in recovering Exhibit 5C, this hypodermic needle gun. A needle gun and projectiles found at Crane Tower where Makoto and Sosuke were ambushed. This model utilizes the same kind of projectile needles recovered from the room where Sosuke was held and interrogated. Fingertips of the weapon match those of the victim Creek. So Creek was firing the shots. What kind of bonehead would leave evidence like that behind? A bonehead in a rush, perhaps, Your Honor. It does appear to have exhausted its gas canister, so it may have outlived its usefulness. I take it that this weapon is a match for the projectile needles found in the room where my client was restrained. Correct. Others exactly like them were recovered from the scene of the ambush as well. Yeah. Needles identical to these were recovered from the Crane Tower where Sosuke and Makoto were ambushed. Makoto, did you see the faces of the men who attacked you? Ha, all too clearly. I can tell you every detail of their rockshot countenances. Ah, that sounds like a good bit of testimony. Hit it! Okay, I only have needles, Yoru, a pineapple-headed like man, and the raincoat-clad hooligan came at us first. They aimed at me, but Sosuke got between us and blocked every shot. With Yoru, he could have closed the distance, but then a dark-eyed scoundrel approached from the right, and the man with a ridiculous pompadour took advantage of that discretion. I will never forget the faces of those cowards. They tried to kill me. So whatever happened to them afterward, I'm sure they deserve it. Okay, I need to listen to again. Pineapple-headed man and the raincoat-clad... Wait a second. Oh, I cannot pause. Why does he think they tried to kill him? I'll never forget the face of the crowd. They tried to kill me. Should I strap it? Yeah, you're right! Wanna bet? Yay! Thank you, Kyon! Oh my god, thank you! Oh my god, thank you! Oh my god, Kyon, goated with that sauce! They couldn't have been trying to kill the witness, not with non-lethal projectiles. They fired a lot of them. The witness doesn't weigh that much. Don't try it. This attack was clearly planned with the intent of capturing Makoto alive. Meaning what? that 4 of these cases' victims were actually soft-hearted pacifists? There's nothing soft-hearted about what they did to my client after capturing him, using tools they clearly originally planned to use on the witness. So they're sadists? I'm getting confused here. So is the defense, Your Honor. What matters is that the witness has identified the defendant's captors as the 4 blood victims that he is accused of murdering. Can I save? Oh, thank God. Okay. Makoto did establish that much, but something about this attack still bothers me. Emma put Makoto on the stand, specifically identified the victims. It is possible that the men who attacked them weren't Creek Spot? No, it was definitely them. I don't disagree, Your Honor. The men who attacked Makoto and took Sosuke captive are the same ones who ended up dead that night. But 2 questions do occur to me. Why were you safe on that service elevator if Sosuke surely collapsed the very moment it shot? Wouldn't these men have pursued you by any means necessary? That is... I can answer that, Your Honor. When the police inspected the scene, they found that the control panel for calling the elevator on the 61st floor was broken. Smashed, in fact. The attacker would have had to manually pry open the doors to even attempt to chase after Makoto. Yeah, but weren't tanks filled with chrome? Couldn't he have pried it open? And that would take remarkable modded strength. Did you mash the buttons that forcefully, Sosuke? I may have used more force than necessary. I wasn't exactly trying to hold myself back at the time. He hit the controls hard enough to break them. So the Blue Bloods couldn't pursue you further and instead elected to take Sosuke captive. Sosuke is the hand is... A Sosuke in hand is better than a Makoto in the bush. The head of Makoto's security would surely have made for an invaluable source of information for planning future attacks. Were he made to talk? Are you denying that? No, but I would like to ask the witnesses one other question. Why did you get off the elevator in the first place? Oh, they're gonna pull out that he's sick of he has claustrophobia. What are you? Hey, what I mentioned in the lobby earlier, that's... The mix might not be picking up on it for you. The mics might not be picking up for you, but where I'm standing, I can't help but overhear my client groaning about how badly he failed you. That's not evidence or testimony, and so should be taken from the record. But we get the idea. So was bailing out nearly the defendant's big brain idea? As head of my personal security detail, such a decision is ultimately his to make. However, that decision may have been influenced by his knowledge of the fact that I am not especially comfortable in enclosed spaces. What the hell are you doing? Are you trying to humiliate him? In part, I'm also trying to insult you. Had we simply waited, we would have remained safe, but I was not comfortable and felt very warm. So it was not a tactical failure on Sosuke's part per se, just an error of judgment. Counselor Morgan. What's up? You can disconnect the call if... Ask me another question. Ask me about how bravely Sosuke defended me. Oh, so that's your angle? We can't all be the natural gifted at extracting valuable testimony out of spoiled brats as Emma. But I can follow her example, insult their pride, and those Ikaria snap back as reliable as any knee-jerk reaction. And in Makoto's case, with infinitely less resistance than if I had simply asked him to testify. It's usually the lawyers who do the asking and the witnesses who do the answering. This is not very realistic. We asked that the witness testify for the court in more detail about exactly how valiantly Sosuke fought off the attackers. And I guess the people don't object, even though it seems super extra. No, the people don't object, Your Honor. Emma was playing passively. Either I'm onto something here, or I'm walking into a trap. Screw it, all in on the former. Needle gun? Oh fuck, let me save before I get logged. Actually, this was... I'm gonna override this one. Needle gun, Sosuke med records, needles. Sosuke was outnumbered from the beginning and protected me the whole time. It didn't matter that we were ambushed or that the blue bloods had projectiles. Sosuke took up Yoru in both hands and swatted the needles out of the air like graceful swatter. He fought off 4 attackers and without sustaining a single injury. Wait! Mock him if you dare for being captured. But that's not a failure, not by any general definition of the word. Okay, I get it. He failed because he did get shot. Yeah. He fought off 4 attackers and without sustaining the single injury. Needles. Am I right? No! Nah, wait, let me load. I think I was right though. I think I was right. It's just that maybe it's the gun. Maybe I should try the gun. Yeah, because it KO'd Sosuke. I'm stupid. No! What do you mean? Am I stupid? I'm gonna try to use the med records then. Or is it without sustaining a single injury? Wait, I already did this. I'm stupid. Yeah, never mind. I'm stupid. I did the same thing twice. My bad. Okay, so it is the med records. Let's try the med records then. Okay, it was the med records. Unscatched is the last thing Unscatched is the last thing anyone would call my client after the events of that day. One look at his medical data from when he was arrested will tell you that much. What are you getting at, counselor? The defendant's injuries were sustained at the Blue Blood's den, not at the Crown Tower. Please do read the cards, because it has... I know! But it said KO'd Sosuke, so that would have also worked. But I guess they're working for all the injuries. The police didn't find even one drop of blood anywhere near that service elevator. Well, that is a miracle. A bloodless ambush. But the fact that no blood was found makes it all the more painfully obvious that actually happened at elevator panel. The elevator panel? Ugh. My client broke half the bones in his left hand, smashing it. Did you really? I might have. There was a lot of adrenaline at the time. Did you not form a proper fist? Was your wrist not in alignment with your forearm? As I said, Serra, there was a lot of adrenaline. Do you deny that the medical record clearly shows his left hand was broken? Your Honor, what does it matter that the defendant broke his left hand closing the elevator? It changes nothing about the witness's testimony. Does it though? Let's try. Of course it does. How so? Okay. Yeah, no. Nah. I'm so bad. I have to... Yeah, no. Wait. He smashed his left hand, but his right hand was the one that he used the sword with. So that still works. True, Sosuke's hand getting injured doesn't change what we've learned from this witness. But it does change the evidence you had him identify for the court. The katana? Yoru? Yoru! Its name is Yoru! We get it! Oh, right, it did... Yeah, you're right. The story from Makoto Ikari about how he and Sosuke were ambushed at the crown. He identified Krieg's squad as the 4 men who attacked them and said that Sosuke defended... I'm trying to read that, but it's nothing. And said that Sosuke defended him by wielding the katana Yoru with both hands. Makoto claims that Sosuke pushed him onto the elevator with Yoru's sheet before violently mashing the panel with his left hand to close the elevator doors. Okay, fine. Did you have a point to make, Counselor? There's something odd about the katana that's been entered into evidence. Something that makes no sense given what we've learned about the outcome of this ambush. Namely, the sword's chipping blood prints? Chipping? The sword's been chipped. How could that be the case when Sosuke is a master swordsman? I wouldn't go that far. Also, master swordsman isn't a real rank. How are swordsmen ranked then? There's the strongest swordsman in the world, and then everyone else who's ever picked up a sword loses to them. 0 def. Apologies, Your Honor. Okay, it's not the chip then. Is it the prince? It's probably the prince then. Namely, the fingerprints that were found on the sword's handle. Fingerprints belonging to Sosuke Ikaria's right hand. You've contradicted yourself, Counselor. We've already discussed how it was your client's left hand that we broke closing of the elevator. There's nothing contradictory about him using his right arm to wield the blade. It can be like this because Sosuke has 2 hands. The people are correct. The sword found on the scene of the crime has my client's right hand fingerprints on its handle. Despite the fact that the witness just testified that Sosuke was swinging it with both hands. Like a graceful swatter, specifically. Oh yeah, he did say that. So, did the little tyke misremember? It was a chaotic situation where he feared for his life. The court should hardly expect him to have kept track of such inconsequential detail. Have you already forgotten my magnanimous power of recollection? Her tactics from earlier backfired. I'll have you know, I can recite all of my subordinates' birthdays down to the hour. Write them all down so I can calculate their moon signs later. Hell yeah! It doesn't matter whether the witness is mistaken about Sosuke's grip, Your Honor. Because we have a much bigger issue to address. Why this sword has only my client's fingerprint on it? Makoto testifies that Sosuke wielded his katana in his defense. An act of bravery that ended with my client face down on the floor of Crane's tower. He later woke up, held captive in the lower wards. I'll state the obvious here and say while he was unconscious, he was moved. And so the sword we have in the record must have also been handled by... Krieg! Because Krieg took the sword! Our poor victim, Krieg, of course. What do you mean? Sosuke was knocked unconscious at Crane's tower. That means that someone else must have brought his sword down to the lower wards. And the only people who had the opportunity to do so would have been his captors. You mean his victims? Withdrawn. Either voluntarily or in response to an object sustained by the judge, attorney may withdraw their comments. Official juries are to disregard any comments that have been withdrawn and should not take them into consideration when evaluating the evidence, witnesses, or charges laid before them. Oh, it's because he said Oh yeah, it's because he was accusing him. The defense is forgetting a fairly simple fact, Your Honor. There's more than one way to hold a sword. Oh, worm? In case the defense needs it clarified, Krieg could have simply held the sword by its scabbard. But then his prints would be on it, no? Isn't this the idea? Am I missing something? Krieg couldn't have held it by the scabbard. Krieg couldn't have held it by the... Let's say he couldn't. That's not possible, Your Honor. Makoto has already testified that Sosuke left the sword's scabbard with him when the... Oh, thrust him back into the... Oh, scabbard is just another word for sheath. Okay. Yoru's sheath was thrust into my arms, pushing me back into the elevator, and I landed on my rear. I see, and since the cursed sword can be resheathed until it's tasted blood. Yes, Your Honor, very well said. We should have found the scabbard at the Blue Blood's den if Creeks or his men had taken it with them. Instead, I imagine Makoto took it home. You think he took the key evidence from his own assault and kept it from the police? Of course I did! Dumbass. Literal dumbass. As if I would trust officers of the law to properly handle a family heirloom as precious Yoru sheet. Impressive insight, Adonai. But what does this actually mean? Is there some mistake with how the evidence was handled? There's no mistake here. This was all done with intention. The intention to frame my client. By putting his fingertips onto that sword after the real culprit had already handled it. Maybe... Maybe the Blue Bloods worked with the cops. Oh my god! Oh my god, maybe this was all a setup by the Blue Bloods. I don't know. What a load of bullshit. And the crowd goes wild. Though it does make a certain kind of sense. Because it's the truth. I did wipe that katana handle down after removing it from Trey's throat. Sosuke just happened to be foolish enough to pick it up himself afterwards. It's frustrating having to keep all my best cards up my sleeve this time around. But the look on Emma's face when I do get to toss them out is... Never mind! The people are more than ready to counter if it pleases the court. Ooh, a new song! Oh yeah! Hit it! Oh my god! Wait, let me listen a bit. Oh my god, this is so good. This is giving Castlevania on crack. Oh. The defense has made an admirable effort to barrel ahead with this theory. Admirable but predictable. With a foundation this week, charging ahead and hoping the court won't notice is the only option. Let us speak of the facts. This Creek character led a target ambush on the heir of House Ikaria, knowing he'd be guarded by a full security team. The Blue Bloods successfully sabotaged and intercepted Makoto's elevator at the precise floor they wanted, meaning they knew exactly where he'd be and when. And they brought with them drugs capable of disabling a veteran with military-grade mods. Planning and attention to detail may be foreign concepts to the defense, but they could at least be able to recognize them. So, is the defense serious to suggest that after all that preparation, Kriegspot wouldn't bother to wear gloves? I'm glad you asked so nicely. Recovered from Crane Tower Krieg's fingerprints! We don't need to speculate about whether they wore gloves or not. Not when we have Krieg's fingerprints on the weapon covered from the crime scene! Woo! That is... Yes! 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 A pretty good point, actually. Guess these guys were sloppier than we thought. Those blackguards were barefaced when they attacked us. Idiots, as if there wouldn't be repercussions for their actions. The least they could have done was disguise themselves. Strike that from the record, Your Honor. Along with any future comments that suggest the Ikaria would want revenge against these victims. I was only speaking a plain truth. Krieg was their leader, correct? If even Krieg wasn't wearing gloves, it's hard to imagine the name of them got their prints onto Yoru. It's kinda hard to imagine that none of them got their prints onto Yoru. Unless the sword was, indeed, wiped down at some point afterwards. Like right around the time the true culprit was looking for Sosuke to take the fall. It's a spicy theory. It's just that, Your Honor, a theory. A far-fetched, unstable theory that stacks presuppositions upon each other. Like a flapjack chef substituting quantity for quality. I'll rephrase. This inconsistency is easily answered without jumping through the defenses, absorb their rage hoops. That's a little better. We already know that the Blue Bloods had successfully taken down the Ikaaria's head of security. And we already know that they went out of their way to take the defendant captive despite him not being the original target. Furthermore, as the defense has blabbered, we know that they decided to take the useless piece of steel with them from the scene of their crime. Useless? That's my sword! If we ask why, the answer is obvious, because orcas are superstitious and immature. But Krieg said he took it for a trophy. They wanted a trophy. Oh yeah, and what is there to do with the trophy other than polish it? Oh, the cloth! The cloth from Krieg's desk. I knew she flagged it in the arcs for some reason, but she thought this made many steps ahead? The defense is correct. The sword was wiped down before Sosuke took it up as his murder weapon. By the very same victims he'd go on to claim with it. That is a completely logical explanation, damn it. How do you respond to that, Adonai? We check? We don't. I can't. It makes perfect sense. So, does that mean that she described what actually happened? Not at all. I vibed up the sword myself because my prints were on it. Same as I vibed my prints off of every other. Right. If I can't find out with Emma's conclusions, I need to find fault with the logic that led her there. I see. And how do you do that? By adjusting my aim. As the people say, oh, I'm gonna save here. As the people say, Your Honor, no one's fingerprints but my client's are on the murder weapon. That only makes sense if he's guilty or being framed. And there's no evidence to suggest that he's been framed because his captors had valid reasons for wiping off the sword. That's true. They did have good reason to wipe. Wait! But if you want to polish a sword, why polish the handle and not the blade? But that's not the murder weapon I'm referring to. Used to destroy Trey's head, only partial prints found. Tank's gun used to shoot him and Krieg. Only prints are Sosuke's left hand. What am I trying to see here? Should I try the broken bat? Wait, let me read this back. They did have a good reason to wipe off the sword, but that's not the murder weapon I'm referring to. Let's try the bat, maybe? Oh. Take a closer look at the bat found at the scene of the crime. Our forensic scientists have looked at it quite closely, I assure you, and they found many prints on it, many partials. Meaning that the bat was never wiped down. Exactly? Exactly nothing. Okay, so it's not this one. Then what is it? Should I try the Magus? Let's try the Magus. This gun is the murder weapon I'm referring to. What? Oh yeah, it's like, hey, if you wipe down... Wait, I don't get it. The police are confident that this Magus is the gun that was used to kill Tanks and Krieg. And your client was arrested with it on his person and it has your client's print on it. But it was owned by Tanks. Oh yeah! And Tanks' prints are not on it! I mean, it's probably because, you know, Morgan wiped it off. The record shows that Sosuke's are the only fingerprints on that doohickey. So that means that Tank's guy had never laid a finger on his own gun. It's entirely possible that Tank simply liked to polish his gun too. Phrasing. Polish his gun. So he was polishing it right up until the moment his captor grabbed it and used it against him. More phrasing. Was it before or after his internal bleeding that my client took the gun of thanks without him ever laying a finger on it first? Before or after being tortured that he got the gun with no struggle? Dave could have wrestled over the gun while it was out of reach. Thanks had no injuries beside the hole in his chest. How'd he get into a struggle and not get so much as a scratch? The likelihood is that scenario would seem to come down to the order in which each individual died, no? Yes, Your Honor. Then perhaps we ought to hear some more detailed testimony about that. Of course. The defense has no more questions for this witness, Your Honor. We don't object. Hold on, what are you saying? Okie dokie then, closing the connection. I said wait! Izusuke! Makoto seemed to be in a good spirit, wouldn't you say? Yeah, he was his usual irreproachable self. So, how can you find something about that to be depressed over? I'm ashamed that he testified at all. His appearance here runs the risk of sullying the house's visage with my mistakes. Well, he couldn't exactly slip the sub poena by claiming he had homework to do. You of all people should understand that the house doesn't have to appear in court if it truly doesn't want to. A fine levied on your account is always preferable to a smudge stain your reputation. But he did testify. Yes, and he no doubt went directly against one or more family elders to do so. He should not be incurring debts for my sake. So he put himself at a disadvantage for you. Do you think Makoto would want you to apologize? Or do you think he'd want you to thank him? He's young. He doesn't know what he wants yet. Okay, I did good. Do I go on for a bit more? Do I go on for a bit more? Oh, Yumi! Let me save. I'm gonna make a new save. You know what? I'm gonna stay a bit. I'm gonna stay a bit more. Yumi Sato, medical examiner. Baby girl! Yumi. Serra! Oh, they're so cute. They're like, baby girl. Dr. Sato, we're very grateful for your work sorting through the large number of reports related to this case. Sato, March 3rd, 173 centimeters, no weight listed, blood type O negative. She's a medical examiner, likes brushed metal, grilled fish, cardamom, dislikes frame interpolation, split end surveys, splurges on live show tickets, favorite color phthaloxionine. That's okay. A what green? Phthaloxionine green. Oh, that's a really pretty green. Chat, that's a really fucking pretty green. I love, bitch, love. Coat, very easy to sanitize. Brushed metal, I feel like... let me check. I don't fucking know what that is. Brushed metal. I don't think that's a music genre. No, that is straight up just metal. I got literal stock photos of it. I have 69 credits, haha. Phew, yeah, 5 bodies all high priority. Had my head under water for a good while there. We'd prefer not to tax you with repeating every grisly detail. But if you could, would you please talk the court through the time of the death for each victim and the manner in which they were determined? Right. From the top. Ankurtan, aka Tanks, had a mishmash of street, legal, and chop shop mods along his forearms. None of them were particularly up to date, but they were all working and they did monitor his heart rate. Tanks' heart stopped at 9:44 p.m. The cause of death was... The slug had a hollow design intended to shatter inside the target. There's no mistaking that he was killed by his own gun, the Magus, from the distance of 1 or 2 meters. Sato finding is the death of Ankur Tang's cause of death. Magriel slug detonated beside the subject's heart, killing them instantly. Recovered metadata mods indicate that the time of death was 9:44. Next up is Sungmin Trey Tredge. He also had relatively low-end mods installed, and they show his heart stopping at 9:45. He died from exhaustion, exsanguination, blood loss resulting from the laceration across his neck by a sharp metal blade. That wasn't the only injury his body sustained. That wasn't the only injury his body sustained, though, was it? No, it was not. Posthumously, his skull was so no evil. This is kind of close. Never mind, it's not close to that pretty green. Heavens Miller Smiles received a puncture wound straight through his jugular vein. Then the blade was withdrawn, exacerbating blood loss, and he was likely unconscious within seconds of falling to the ground. Miller had mods, but had evidently gone to great length to remove all monitoring tech from them. And he was not found with any electronics on his person. Using purely medical means, I narrowed his time of death down to the window of 10 minutes between 9:40 and 9:50 p.m. Even though I killed him third and he was the second to die. That brings us to Krieg. Yes, like tanks, Lakers, Krieg Christoph was shot once with a hollow slug from a distance of 1 or 2 meters. However, the slug penetrated just beneath his solar plexus and failed to completely shatter when it impacted a low-end spinal brace mod. As a result, Krieg didn't die immediately. It is my medical opinion that Krieg would have slowly bled out over the course of about 5 minutes. Their mod did not have biomonitoring capabilities. So, like with Miller, I've done what I can to narrow down the time of death to a 10-minute window between 9:40 and 9:50. So he was barely modded, and he stayed conscious the whole time anyway. Krieg's autopsy. Yeah, severe blood loss. Subject was shot from close range. Modded spinal brace, like relatively low cost, low tech corrective measure for a childhood injury or growth defect. Said spinal brace prevented the slug from shattering completely, slightly prolonging the subject's life in exchange for multiplying damage to internal organs. Flawed. Subject's childhood medical records indicate DT3, but no signs of the disease seem to exist at this time. No methamphetamine in bloodstream. Most likely subject recovered due to natural robustness. Oh wait, his brother has the same disease. Or something relatively close. But we do have one another context clue to work with. This datapad was found very close to Krieg's body, and technicians confirmed that it requires Krieg's fingerprints for most functions. That means it's unlikely that anyone else would have been able to manipulate it. And we found that the last actions taken on it was the attempt dark card transaction that failed at 9:44 p.m. That could cause the dark card transaction. What could cause the dark card transaction to fail? Either they hit cancel or the card itself was jostled, interrupting the scan. As if the datapad was successfully dropped. As if the datapad was suddenly dropped. Speculation? How much qualification does one need to understand that card readers can be finicky, Your Honor? True enough, chip, swipe, pin, tap. Just let me buy the damn balloon animal, you clown! So, taking that digital evidence into account, Krieg must have been shot almost at the exact same time as Tanks. Thank you. There's one more body you examined for this case, yes? Officer Tariq Chopin. I didn't need to determine his time of death. As a patrol officer, he had standard suit of police-issued biomonitors. So we know that Officer Chopin's heart stopped at 10:14:4. Nearly 25 minutes after... let's put this together. By 9:44, most of the people were dead. Krieg was alive for about 5 more minutes, but we can narrow it down less because, you know, Morgan was talking to him the entire time, which means that either way, he maximum would have survived up until 48. Let's say 48, okay? That means that Morgan took at the minimum 10 minutes to clean up after the mess, making her escape around 54-ish probably. It's still a good 20 minutes for him to arrive to the scene. A lot could have happened in that 20 minutes. Triggering an automatic 10999 alert, officer down. Lighting up that crime scene like a firecracker and ensuring every cop in the city would come running royally pissed and safety's off. Chopin was impaled through his back by a long, thin blade. It severed his aorta and as a result he died instantly. To summarize then... okay, let's see. Penetrative cardiac stab wound, posterior, that was instantaneous. Insight. Standard issue for police that externally mounted biomonitor reported cardiac activity cessation at 10:14 p.m. Subject was impaled from behind with a large bladed instrument approximately 2 to 3 centimeters thick. Wound shows usual pattern of aggravation as if blade was jostled within the wound. Captivity post-mortem. No other injuries of note. So someone wanted to retrieve the weapon. I feel like if it was... It's not Sosuke because we know it's not. Even if it was him, I think he would have a little less issue taking it out, but then again the bloodlust is there, so... We can conclude that Tanks' gun was taken from him before 9:44 p.m. He and Creek were then shot with it. Their attacker, out of ammunition, took up a sword and stabbed Miller in the throat before slicing it into Trey's neck. But Trey was killed with the bludgeoning weapon, hold on! This individual then proceeded to posthumously crush Trey's skull by striking it so hard that they shattered at the base of it. Wasn't... Pause! I don't understand. I thought he... No, never mind. She did use the bat afterwards. As Creek bled to death on the other side of the room. Finally, when Officer Chopin entered the scene, they stabbed him in the back, before finally being apprehended by Officer Rogers. That's all correct as far as we understand it. So now Rockport's put together a timeline. It's probably helpful for the jury putting it all in chronological order, but have we actually learned anything new about the culprit's actions? We have. Emma brought her under the stand to establish the culprit's starting position would be the safest one, because we know that they shot Creek and... No, they shot Tanks and Creek first, which means that they had to have been 2 meters away, which was, again, our girl's Morgan. Status established were in the room the killings had to have started. Correct, because Creek and Tanks died first and they were both shot from within 1 or 2 meters. We know that the culprit must have started taking actions right by the desk, and not by the door to the holding room. Indeed. So the likelihood that my client broke out from there is not very high at all. Check. Alright. Yes? An abundance of DNA evidence established that the defendant was indeed held in the other room, but clearly he didn't remain there. His captors must have taken him out to question him in the main room, and dragged him in front of the desk where Tank's gun would have been within reach. You're the one who's reaching. You have evidence to contrary? A better explanation for how he got out of where he was being held? Can't exactly propose that the real killer set him free as a scapegoat. The forensics are clear. My client was gagged and bound in a room. But clearly they had to cut him loose to question him. A mistake that ended up costing them their lives. Do you think that's true, Sosuke? I'm not positive, of course, but my body's telling me that I was held in that room from the time I woke up until I got myself free. Emma's theory about the blue bloods being dumb enough to let Sosuke near a gun isn't perfect, but it's still a theory. I don't have jack shit to counter with because not even Sosuke knows how I let him out. If the defense has no objections, then they just have to take this L and meekly move on to their cross-examination. Amen. Adonai, that made you sound very feeble. You've developed the habit of only using V when I'm winning. Fix it. That made us sound very feeble. Why do I have to get dropped in? Emma's already established a timeline and an order of events. I could pick up the details, but she's close enough to the truth already. I know the truth firsthand about every death except Chopin's in this case. Emma and I are on even footing. So what's my advantage? What do I know that everyone else is mistaken about? Oh god, I'm so nervous. Causes of death, timing, murder weapons. It's probably not the timing, it's way too sad. The cards, maybe the murder weapons would be the case. Let's try it. Right, the murder weapons. Everyone thinks Miller was stabbed in the neck by the katana. I'm the only one who knows my knife was there. There's got to be a way I can use that information to my advantage here without revealing that I have it or how I got it. I'm walking a razor's edge here. At least it's thematically appropriate. The defense is ready to begin our cross-examination, Your Honor. Oh, I'm gonna have to save here. I'm gonna have to save here because I'm gonna fuck this up religiously. I'm really bad at this one. Dr. Sato, you were asked to examine all 5 bodies. Did you visit the crime scene? I did not. Have not. Photos and other arts data were provided to me to aid my examination. Surely the defense isn't objecting to a little virtual work. Of course not! After all, had anything been added or removed from the crime scene, the arcs would show it. There's no fooling it once it's been set up. Gunshot wounds, blade wounds. Let's try the blade wounds. Victims Trey and Miller were both attacked with a blade. Exactly how fast did they die? Trey had his throat slashed and blood found on his hands suggests that he had time to reach up to his neck in response. But he would have quickly stumbled back and collapsed onto the floor dead. Miller wouldn't have lost much blood at the moment his neck was punctured. For that kind of wound, the weapon acts as a stopper. But once that stopper was removed, he would have lost consciousness in mere seconds. And while the blade was still in his neck, if it was there for more than a second, he too would have reflexively reached up, presumably to try and grab the blade. Okay, let's stay. Could you speak a bit more about the manner of Officer Chopin's death? Well, to reiterate, his body was found with the katana stuck through his back. It had punctured his heart, killing him. There was massive blood loss at the scene. At least it's part because the wound in question was agitated, I suppose I'd say. I don't know what I'm doing. What do you mean by agitated? Honestly, as though after impalement the blade was moved around inside the wound, as if it had become stuck and someone was struggling to remove it. London mentioned that Sato found his wound odd, but to hear her specifically say the blade had become stuck, that's interesting. Maybe let me try something. Is there proof he grabbed the blade? Is there any evidence that he tried to grab the razor-sharp katana lodged onto his neck? He had his own blood on his right hand, but there were no cuts on it. Because he grabbed the knife handle, not the sword handle. So it stands to reason that the blade was withdrawn very quickly. By the time his hands reached up to his neck, it must have been gone. One of many small inconsistencies with this katana theory I can shine a light on. Will that be enough? Stabbing Miller in the neck so precisely and so fast, that would be quite the feat of swordsmanship. Stating the conclusion, Your Honor. Comments withdrawn, quick as a blade. Have you ever seen a stab wound like the one that killed Miller inflicted by a long blade and wielded in one hand by a man experiencing heavy blood loss? No, I can't say that I have. Now, whether that maneuver is impressive or improbable, well, I'm a doctor, not a fencer. And Sosuke doesn't own a rapier. Does the katana fit the puncture wound? Did you find that the stab wound on Miller's neck fit the sword that the police recovered? Approximately. That doesn't sound conclusive. The empty wound is slightly smaller than it would expect for such a precise stab. The sword hand must have barely trembled, but it's within tolerable ranges. Furthermore, DNA on the tip of the sword is a match for Miller. Damn it, just because I happened to drag it across where his blood had dripped. And of course, there isn't any other implement at the scene that fits the wound better. No, of course there isn't. Thank you, Dr. Sato. I think I can speak for us all when I say I found that very enlightening. Blackjack! Oh, thank God. I fucking hate blackjack. Dr. Sato, you just testified that Officer Chopin was impaled from behind. Did this occur on the spot where his body was found? Yes, it did. The body shows no signs of being moved. I'm curious then. What was there for the sword to get stuck on? Well, if Chopin was at the center of the room, standing upright, I mean, it wouldn't have gotten caught on the air, right? Bone, perhaps? Sure, you examined the wound inside and out. Did you see marks on his ribcage where the blade had caught? No, I didn't. Then it stands to reason that the blade didn't get caught on anything inside Mr. Chopin. It got caught on the floor. Pardon? You need to take greater advantage of the Arts Counselor, Morgan. Learn to flip things on their head. Entire rooms, if need be. If you had, you've seen that there's a clear indentation on the floor that lines up perfectly with Chopin's wound. This is literally the updated autopsy report. Hi, Fio. This is literally updated autopsy report. Cool. How did you think the tip of the sword got chipped? You're saying the sword got stuck in the floor? That's what the facts are saying. Do you disagree? The sword could have gotten stuck in the floor. Wait, let's try couldn't, but it's probably wrong. Of course that's not possible. He was stabbed in the back while standing up, so he would have then collapsed. Okay, so it's stay, Marata. No, do not save, do not save. Do not save, do not save. I don't necessarily disagree, no. If Chopin was impaled, then fell face first, it makes perfect sense for the sword to get caught in the floor as he collapsed on top of it. What if he was not upright, though? Like, there's a chance that he lied down to read the documents that Morgan scattered around. And as he was down, then they stabbed him. Maybe he wasn't even standing upright. So we can conclude that after being impaled, Chopin fell over to the sword still in his torso, driving the sword into the ground. Then his attacker aggravated the wound by trying to retrieve the sword from his corpse. Does that sound right? What? Are you asking me? Sort of, asking the room, I guess. Well, I believe I can answer. What you're describing makes sense, Dr. Sato, but only up until they consider again the fingerprints on the sword's blade. Yeah, I think falling with the sword is not enough force to have it stuck. Yeah, I feel like if you're standing upright and you stab someone, like, how do you get stuck on the floor? Okay, like, I understand that you jostle the sword out and like it falls. But even then, it shouldn't have enough force to make it stuck. The only reasonable thing is that Chopin was lying down, or at the very least, like, I don't know, like crouching to check the documents. And whoever assaulted him, whoever attacked him, took the height advantage, if they had height advantage, and stabbed him from above. Like, above, I'm saying that they were taller at the moment than him. And then from that force going downward, the blade got stuck on the floor. If my client really did impale Tariq, Chopin, and get his sword stuck doing so, why would he try to retrieve it with only one hand? Because he had to retrieve it with one hand. You yourself already elucidated that the defendant's left hand was broken when they destroyed the elevator panel in Crane Tower. Yes, but he was holding the gun with his left one. His left hand was too damaged for him to even grip a sword. That doesn't square with this piece of evidence, and it's gone. He was holding it with his left hand. The magus? How could my client's left hand be too damaged to grip his sword, and yet also capable of gripping the magus? That oddity is hardly impossible to explain. We've already determined that the magus was fired twice before the sword was used at all. Firing such a weapon with a broken hand surely rendered his left useless. It is difficult to wield a sword with a damaged hand, isn't it, Sosuke? Historically, even the loss of a pinky on your non-dominant hand was considered enough to render you relatively defenseless. Is that why Yakuza would offer to cut off fingers as recompense for offenses? That's right, Serra. In fact, cut the chatter and save the history lesson. Damn, that's my boy. Leave my boy alone. He had to pull the sword loose with one hand because his left was useless. Looking at all the forensics pulled from the katana, that's... Your Honor, but there's only his right... But he only ever held it with his right fingers. You already established that! Your Honor, the people claim that the client had to use the hand to retrieve his sword because the other hand was disabled. But does this evidence actually suggest that? What do you mean? Forensics performed the canal found that my client's right hand fingerprints on the handle. But what grip are the prints a match for? Let me just give it a quick thing here as I meticulously analyze the position of each finger. A normal grip. The grip is normal. Do you mean to say that the thumb is facing toward the blade, Your Honor? Well, yeah, but isn't it easier to just say he held it like normal? If my client only held the sword with his right hand normally, Your Honor, that would mean he held the handle like that even as he tried to jostle the blade free from the floor it has impaled in, which is far from impossible. But if, Your Honor, the court has questions about exactly how the defendant was positioned when he was found standing above Officer Chopin's corpse, I believe the people's next witness will be able to... Oh, okay, now we see the cop. I'm gonna stay for the cop and then I'm gonna end stream. Answer all of them. That can only mean it's finally time to face off with the arresting officer, Chopin's partner. Very well. Then let us summon to the stand. Null name not found. What? What? Is that a family or a given name? What? Yeah, got one big ol' error right here and it's a classic. Witness not found, literally. He ain't here. I bet he killed him. I bet he did. I mean, again, we all established that he cannot shoot and he has terrible fucking handling of body cams. It might have been the cop. Cop killer is the cop. Yeah, I think falling with the sword... Oh, okay, sorry. I'm rereading chat, my bad. What? He's had hours to get here. What the hell could he possibly be? Her star witness is a no-show. Is this good news or bad news? Like hitting the jackpot on the world's sketchiest slot machine. Feels good, but you get the feeling that the staff is gonna make you pay for it. That idiotic... Pay for it when? Fine, I'll finish it myself. Right about now. Perhaps it is for the best then, Your Honor. We can save the court the trouble by wrapping up things here and now. The facts are simple that the defense has failed to refute them. Thus the people called for summary judgment. Already? Ooh, she's nervous. Why? The defendant is the only one with the prints on the gun. He is the only one with prints on the katana. His own employer testified to his court that he was attacked and captured by 4 of the 5 victims. He was found and arrested standing over the body of a dead cop before 2 more officers arrived and secured the scene. 2? Pause, 2? That must be Reyes and London she's referring to. As the only living person, as the only living person left at the scene of the crime, there was no one else who could have committed these murders. She's on a tear and I'll be lying if I said it wasn't entertaining. But it's only because she's on tilt. She was thrown off by her witness flaking and it caused her to lose her step. She just fired off a lot of claims in quick succession, which is the weakest one. Where do I counterattack? Should I try the only statement or the police testimony? Try the only suspect, I guess. I saved, right? I'm gonna save again. She just claimed that Sosuke was the only one who could have committed these murders. She can't possibly prove that. She can't prove that there wasn't anyone else there that might be that night because I actually was. And unlike her, I can prove the possibility of another party being present without having to reveal their identity. The people are mistaken, Your Honor. My client wasn't the only other person there. Then the window, right? And there's an evidence to show it. The dark card! What is that? The dark card found ledged into Krieg's datapad? That's right! The perfect payment option when neither you nor the businesses you frequent like attaching names to faces. We've already discussed that within moments of Krieg's death, the transaction was being attempted on this datapad. The transaction made using this dark card, but whatever for. Perhaps some of the handful of illicit substances that were found at the scene on the crime. Oh crap, yeah, I almost forgot. These guys were drug dealers! Yuck! And drug dealers get customers, Your Honor. Customers that can be very temperamental when things go south. Are you trying to suggest that these killings were the result of a drug deal gone wrong? I mean, they sort of were. A drug deal made in person at a Blue Blood's stronghold. Dark card requires a passkey and a fingerprint. The dark card would be useless if its owner wasn't physically present for the transaction. The transaction that might be abruptly cancelled if tension boiled over. A potential buyer would likely have been across the desk from Krieg. The same spot in the room that we've established that the killer must have started their rampage. Cute idea, counselor, but there's no meat to it. We know that Krieg was using that datapad before he died. And we know that the dark card was pressing a transaction at the time. But for some reason, you've made the assumption that he was selling. But the simplest expression is that he was buying, using the dark card that he owned. The dark card belonged to Krieg. How will you respond? I don't need to respond with evidence. I just need to point out the flawed evidence she's constructed her argument upon. Found stuck in a datapad wiped of all prints known only to rich criminals. Found on Krieg's desk, Krieg's shopping's fingerprints, aborted dark card transaction. Let me save. It's probably the dark card itself. Like, why would you wipe off the prints of your own card, right? Characterization, Your Honor. Ooh, that's cool. The people are claiming that the dark card is the evidence record belonged to the victim, Krieg. Despite the fact that it has no fingerprints on it either. New song! Wait, this is... Oh my god, they keep bringing in new bangers every fucking season? Oh my god. Oh, what? Episode to successfully pick out the flaw in your opponent? What? I got the achievement, wait! Reading the card explains the card. Successfully pick out the flaw in your opponent's argument for the first time. Let's go! Oh, this is a good song. Sorry, I'm vibing. If the dark card had belonged to Krieg, he would have had to insert it into this data pad with his teeth. Yuck. So, who did the dark card belong to? Perhaps the customer who didn't like his prices. A disgruntled customer could have wiped their prints of the card to hide the fact that they were ever there. That's absurd. If a customer brought that dark card with them to the crime scene, why the hell wouldn't they take it with them when they left? Because it was jammed inside the card reader! It was stuck in the data pad! Exactly! They could have pulled a little harder. They could have taken the data pad with them. Who would have left behind something that valuable? The card is worthless to everyone but its owner. To whom it could be priceless, Jesus. Why would they choose to leave it behind? The answer to that is simple. If I'm honest, we're discussing the possibility of a deal gone south. What could cause that in the first place? Aggressive negotiation tactics? Or a customer who couldn't pay? What are you? This customer could afford the dark card, and yet they couldn't pay. Hold on, you're trying to say all these debts, all this carnage, you think it's all because their card got declined? Hard to live down that kind of faux pas. Murdering 4 or 5 people in order to skip paying your bills is pretty aggressive, but if you need your fix... Was there any indication that contraband was taken from the scene of the crime? I would do the same, Your Honor. Yeah, Your Honor! Your Honor! Me too. Your Honor, that is difficult to say. Without knowing their inventory before the crime occurred, we cannot rule out the possibility. That was a little lackluster of a pushback. Is she really that thrown off by this witness playing hooky? Well, I hate to do this because I love spending time with you all and having a physical body and being ensouled. But it does seem like I have to declare a recess while we wait. Perfectly reasonable, Your Honor. That's the most romantic thing I've ever heard! What? Court is now in recess. Yeah, I'm gonna stop here for tonight. This was great. This was great. I'm stopping right here. Oh, I never checked Trace and Miller's autopsy. Look at the cat! Woo! Kitty! Wee! Kitty! Wah! Alright. I think whatever goes down next trial is going to be freaky. Oh, this was so good. This was so good. But like, can we stop? Can we talk for a second? There is one thing that I'm like hyper confused about. The cloth that they claim it was used to polish the sword or wipe the thingies was not present. Not present. That was, yes, it was not present the time during the kills that Morgan did. So it had to have come from the second killer, aka the cop killer, right? Yeah, I'm just trying to like piece together some stuff. I feel like it was the other cop. As for why though, I'm not yet sure, but they're probably gonna give us some time to interrogate some witnesses in the recess. Or at the very least, I hope, because we had more time of the trial in the first chapter than here. No, it was not there. It was not there. I remember that. Cause remember, there was only the documents, the cigarette, like the drug, the weed, whatever they were smoking there. And that's it. Oh, and the data pad, of course. I bet it's the other cop. It would be plausible, but I wanna know why, you know? Because, like, again, it would make sense. The guy was notoriously bad with his own fucking cameras. Like, they literally said his body cams are terrible, he cannot shoot for his life, so it would be easier for him to just use the sword. And, like... Wait, let me just think. He needed a short amount of time, though. Well, wait, pause that for a second. Just because Chopin died at 10:14:04 doesn't mean that he entered the room at 10:14 whatever. So there's a high chance that they entered the place about after Morgan left, looked through it. Rogers took over the opportunity, stabbed the guy, wiped the things off, let go of Sosuke. Sosuke stumbled out, probably he hid away or something. I don't know. I feel like it's highly likely, you know? Also, something about the window doesn't sit well, right? But we didn't get there yet, so... Alright, I'm going to leave my predictions here, but I hope to see you guys next week when I'm going to probably finish the second chapter. I'd really like to, because there's fanfiction for me to read, and I'm surprised that they exist. I'm really happy they do. I probably should try the high roller at some point, just to get certain achievements, but that will have to wait. Alright, y'all. Please make sure to like the stream because that helps a lot. From my other social medias down below, and you can always join our Discord server here and above. Theo, you have not said hi to Zomar. You should have. That was the law. It's okay. We believe in you. Thank you, Zomar, for the donation. I appreciate it a lot. And I will be seeing you guys in Sunday, but I'm going to be continuing Yakuza 0. I'm probably not gonna bother dating the girls as much, but instead focus on the main story and just do the prep work for the actual sub-stories for each girl before a stream. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just gonna do the heavy lifting, which is basically, you know, the continuous, like, special, what is it called? Special classes or whatever they're called. I'll figure it out. But anyway, this was Of the Devil, and there will be more Of the Devil. So if you want to see more, make sure to come by next time, where I will show Sosuke another type of sword that he should be sheathing into other places. Or something like that. I'll see. Okay, bye!